Chapter 780. In the northern plains, the wind was bitterly cold and snowflakes fluttered in the air. The polar region was covered in snow, and no one dared to go there. Among the 5 regions, the northern plains had the least number of people. The cold weather made the northern plains the least suitable place to live. However, because of the lack of people, the northern plains instead retained the most beautiful scenery of the human world. The silver world under the snowflakes was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Unknowingly, 2 figures walked over side by side in the snowstorm. They were like ink in a painting, so beautiful. Xinu was wearing a white fur coat. Walking in the snowstorm, she seemed to be one with heaven and earth. Ning Chen held the hand of the girl beside him. He was also wearing a plain white robe, simple and clean. 100 miles away, in the heavenly Sound Valley, a strange pavilion stood there. It was majestic and dignified, majestic and majestic. At this moment, multicolored light rose from the pavilion. An elegant and noble female voice rang out, spreading throughout the entire heavenly Sound Valley. Honored guests have arrived. Let's open the valley to welcome them. Yes. The next moment, snowflakes fluttered in the sky. In the snowstorm, a path of multicolored light spread out, leading to the heavenly Sound Valley. In front of them, 2 figures slowly walked over. After a few breaths, they arrived in front of the valley. Junior Ning Chen requests an audience with the Heavenly Sound Pavilion Master. Please enter the valley. Many thanks. After receiving the response, Ning Chen held Xinu's hand and entered the valley. In an instant, snowflakes fluttered in the air, covering the entrance of the valley. What a beautiful place! Xinu looked at the silver heavenly Sound Valley and praised. In front of them, there was a pavilion that seemed to be floating in the air. It was a work of art that surpassed the heavens and was extremely strange. The 2 of them walked to the front of the mountain. At this moment, multicolored light fell and a beautiful and noble figure descended from the sky, appearing in front of them. Greetings to the pavilion master. Ning Chen bowed politely. Xinu also bowed, not lacking in manners. You are a guest. There's no need to be so polite. The pavilion master replied. She looked at the young man in front of her and said calmly, Marquis, it has been 30 years since we last met. You are even more magnificent than before. Pavilion master overpraises me. Ning Chen said with a serious expression. If it weren't for the pavilion master's help back then, this junior's lifespan would have been exhausted long ago, and it would be impossible for me to live until today. This junior has come here specifically to thank the pavilion master. You don't have to thank me. Marquis, since you're here, let's talk inside, the heavenly music pavilion master said calmly. Ning Chen nodded. The heavenly music pavilion master waved her hand, and a multicolored light descended, carrying the 2 of them toward the pavilion on the mountain. In the valley, the door of the pavilion opened. Many disciples of the heavenly music parlor bowed respectfully, welcoming the 3 of them. The leader of the group of women, a familiar beautiful figure, lowered her head slightly, unwilling to let the young man in front of her see her appearance. Miss, the grudges from back then are already in the past. There's no need to take it to heart. Ning Chen stopped and said. Then, he continued to walk forward. Wu Qingman's expression shook, but after a short moment of tension, her body gradually relaxed. In front of them, the heavenly music pavilion master saw everything, but she did not say anything. She had already punished Wu Qingman for leaving the valley without permission to go to the Eastern Divine Prefecture. It could be seen that the Marquis did not care about this matter anymore. On the contrary, Qingman could not let it go. In these years, Qingman's cultivation had been growing slowly. With her talent, it should not be so. It was obvious that the Marquis was too much pressure for Qingman. She hoped that after today, Qingman could forget the grudges of the past and focus on cultivation. Pavilion Master, I have a question that I hope you can answer. Ning Chen looked at the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master and asked. Please ask, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master replied. I want to know how you extended my life for 100 years. How did you do it? Ning Chen asked seriously. Sorry, this is a secret of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Forgive me for not being able to tell you, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master refused directly. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. After a while, he said, I have been rude. Pavilion Master, please don't blame me. I just feel that it is a little strange. Extending someone's life is really incredible. Even if you have stepped into the true realm, it is not easy to do so. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master narrowed her eyes and said, You have already come into contact with true realm experts. Ning Chen nodded and said, I have fought with them a few times. 10 years ago, the terrifying expert that appeared in the Eastern continent. What realm was he at? The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master asked again. Half a step to the true realm to the early stage, Ning Chen said truthfully. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master's heart was in turmoil. This young man really had the strength to contend with true realm experts. Pavilion Master, I know that extending someone's life is a secret of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. However, can you tell me what the price is to do this? Ning Chen asked seriously. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master frowned slightly and looked at the woman beside him. After a while, she understood. Life is determined by the heavens and cannot be changed, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master said, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. Ning Chen was stunned and asked in confusion, then why was Pavilion Master able to extend my life by 100 years? Your situation is different, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master said calmly. You are an inborn expert and your lifespan is not something an ordinary person can achieve. The reason why your lifespan is depleted is that you exchanged 500 years of your life source for 100 years of your foundation. However, your body still retains the strength of an inborn expert. As long as the price is sufficient, I can replenish part of your lifespan. However, 100 years is the limit. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. After a long time, he asked, Is it really impossible to change a mortal's lifespan? No. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master shook her head and said, At least, as far as I know, no one can do this. Changing a person's lifespan is equivalent to going against the will of the heavens. I don't need to explain how difficult it is to go against the will of the heavens. I'm sure you know better than anyone else. Ning Chen was silent. Going against the will of the heavens was like a mortal ascending to the heavens. It was unattainable. No. Suddenly, Ning Chen came back to his senses and seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master in front of him and asked seriously, Pavilion Master, what did you mean by the price being sufficient? You don't need to know about this, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master said calmly. Ning Chen stared at the former. All along, he had felt that something was wrong. So this was the reason. Even if his situation was special, it would not be easy for the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master to prolong his life. He had been in Chongling for a long time, but the female supreme rarely mentioned this Heavenly Music Pavilion Master. It could be seen that even if the two had a relationship, it was far from this level. You don't need to guess anymore. I have promised others that I will not speak of this matter. So, you will not get an answer from me, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master said coolly. At the same time, in the Forbidden Heaven space, a huge sound mill was floating. In front of the sound mill, a woman in a white dress walked forward with difficulty. For more than 30 years, countless days and nights, she did not stop for even a moment. Iron chains hung from the void on the woman's shoulders and passed through her shoulder blades. Dried blood stains remained on her white clothes. It was very eye-catching. Suddenly, an unbearable palpitation came. Mu Qingxue gave a muffled grunt and staggered a few steps. Drops of blood quietly dripped from the corner of his mouth. A strange light rose and dispelled the emotions in the woman's heart. The great oblivion, once chosen, is hard to escape. The sound mill stopped and the sound of the Tao changed. In the heavenly music pavilion, the heavenly music pavilion master felt it and immediately stood up. Her eyes looked forward with a serious expression. "Knowledge Marquis, please wait here for a moment. I have some matters to attend to. I will be back soon." As she spoke, the heavenly music pavilion master's figure flashed and disappeared. "What is it?" Xianyu asked in confusion. "I am not too sure." Ning Chen shook his head. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Just now, the power of laws in the heavenly music pavilion did change. The departure of the heavenly music pavilion master should be related to this. Nothing happened in the valley. There were no invaders outside the valley. Why did the power of laws in the heavenly music pavilion change? In the forbidden heaven space, the heavenly music pavilion master appeared. Looking at the woman in front of the sound mill who was suffering from the backlash of her cultivation, she took a step and rushed in front of her. Vital essence poured in and suppressed the power of the great oblivion. The heavenly music pavilion master's expression gradually turned serious. It had been almost 40 years. She still could not forget. He is here. Temporarily suppressing the injury, Mu Qingxue slowly opened his eyes and said tiredly. "Mu Qingxue, I don't need to explain the reason. You cultivate the great oblivion. You must not be moved by true feelings. You were able to successfully forget back then. Why can't you do it now?" Mu Qingxue raised his hand and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He did not answer. He pushed the sound mill again and continued to fulfill his promise. The heavenly music pavilion master sighed and did not ask again. Her figure flashed and she left the forbidden heaven space. The heavenly music pavilion master appeared in the heavenly music pavilion. Looking at the plain-clothed young man in front of her, a trace of undetectable complexity flashed through her eyes. The two of them were not destined to be together, but they had always been involved. The promise of 100 years was over. At that time, the knowledge Marquis life would also come to an end. Hopefully, everything would come to an end. Knowledge Marquis, I have told you everything I can. As for your question just now, I promised someone to keep it a secret. I will not say anything, the heavenly music pavilion master said seriously. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. After a moment, he politely bowed and said, "In that case, I will not disturb you any longer. Thank you for your hospitality. I will take my leave first. Please." The heavenly music pavilion master did not ask him to stay. Ning Chen nodded and left with Xianyu. Seeing the two of them leave, Wu Qingman, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward and said, "Master, why didn't you tell him the truth?" "So what if he knows the truth?" Mu Qingxue's cultivation technique is destined to not be able to make him fall in love. As for the knowledge Marquis, he does not have much time left, the heavenly music pavilion master said indifferently. Not much time left. Wu Qingman's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The heavenly music pavilion master nodded and said, "There are no longer any fluctuations of true qi in the knowledge Marquis body. It is obvious that his cultivation has dissipated. Back then, I extended his life for 100 years. If he cannot become an immortal, these 100 years will be his last. However, in comparison, the woman beside him does not have much time left." Outside the heavenly music valley, the two of them walked out together. Xianyu looked at her husband and smiled. "Where are we going? Do you want to go to sky beyond heaven to take a look?" Ning Chen asked softly. Xianyu thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes. Then let's go now." Ning Chen's face was filled with gentleness. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes fiercely trembled. Between the woman's black hair, there were strands of snow white, so dazzling. Chapter 781. In the outer sky, the vast starry sky was dotted with stars. It was so vast that it made people gasp in amazement. Two figures flew through the starry sky like shooting stars, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Is this the Ziwei star zone? Xinu stared at the boundless starry sky as a bright light flashed in her eyes. She smiled. Yes. Seeing her happy smile, Ning Chen's mood improved. He said, the inner world is at the edge of the Ziwei star zone. The starry sky is too vast. It's too slow to travel like this. Let's go visit some old friends and borrow some things. Tianfu. Xinu immediately guessed and smiled. Ning Chen chuckled and said, you're getting smarter and smarter. Tianfu planet's celestial phenomenon is the most extraordinary. We can take this opportunity to visit some friends on the Tianfu planet. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xinu nodded in agreement. After reaching an agreement, Ning Chen sped up. He turned into a sword and flew toward the Tianfu planet with the girl beside him. The Tianfu planet, the Holy Land. Chao Tianxi stood at the peak of the Holy Land and looked at the Tianfu planet that was gradually recovering. Master. Shi Mujin walked forward and bowed respectfully. Chao Tianxi came back to her senses and looked at the disciple behind her. She said, Mujin, how long have you been in the early stage of the virtual realm? 10 years. Shi Mujin answered honestly. Chao Tianxi nodded and said, after today, you can leave the mountain. Seal 70% of your cultivation and don't release it for 10 years. Yes. Shi Mujin said respectfully. Star Venerable. At this moment, a girl in green appeared out of nowhere. She knelt down and bowed. My Star Soul Life See shows that a top expert is quickly approaching the Tianfu planet. Chao Tianxi's eyes narrowed. She asked, can you see his appearance? He's too fast. I can't see him at all, the girl in green replied. Be alert and prepare for battle, Chao Tianxi said slowly. Yes. The girl in green accepted the order. She was about to get up when she suddenly looked at the sky in shock. She saw a dazzling light in the sky. A white sword light descended from the sky. It was extremely fast. By the time she came back to her senses, the sword light had already reached the Holy Land. Star Venerable, how have you been? The sword light dissipated and the girl in green appeared. She looked at the person in front of her. Jiming Marquis. Chao Tianxi regained her senses and exclaimed in surprise. Greetings, Senior Star Venerable. Beside Ning Chen, Xinu respectfully bowed as she spoke. Chao Tianxi was startled. Only then did she notice the woman beside Jiming Marquis. This is my wife, Xia Xinyu, Ning Chen introduced. The 9th princess of Great Xia. Chao Tianxi was even more surprised. She had heard of this name before. She had sent people to investigate all the people related to the Marquis of Jiming, and this 9th princess was one of them. However, she did not expect that the two of them would end up together in the end. No. Suddenly, Chao Tianxi narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them. After a moment, his heart sank. How could this be? Star Venerable, I'm here to see Tian Xiang. Do you know where he is? Ning Chen asked straightforwardly. Celestial phenomenon. Zhao Tianxi looked surprised and asked, why are you looking for the Minister of Heaven? Xinyu and I want to take a walk in outer heavens. Star Venerable, you know that the universe is vast and every life planet is very far from each other. It takes a lot of time. That's why I want to find Tian Xiang and ask him to teach me how to set up a space formation, Ning Chen said honestly. Chao Tianxi shook his head and said, that won't work. Why not? Ning Chen did not understand. Spatial formations, especially long-distance spatial formations that cross between life stars, are extremely complicated to set up, and the amount of origin immortal jade required to operate them is even more terrifying. Back then, the heavenly sanctum had to use the power of one star to maintain these formations, Zhao Tianqi said truthfully. Ning Chen frowned. He knew that it was not easy to set up and operate these formations, but he did not expect them to be so terrifying. There should be such formations between life planets, right? What if I borrow them? Ning Chen asked again. Zhao Tianqi thought for a moment and shook his head. Space formations that cross life planets are all in the top inheritances. If you want to borrow them, you'll have to pay a lot of celestial jades. Once you take out so many celestial jades, you'll attract a lot of trouble. Actually, it's not like there's no way. At this moment, sword light soared into the sky from the depths of the sacred land. The sword pressure grew stronger and stronger, causing the entire heavenly sanctum to shake. Sword Sovereign. Zhao Tianqi narrowed his eyes. Was he finally coming out of seclusion? Ning Chen looked over as well, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. What a powerful sword will. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light pierced through heaven and earth. A black-robed figure walked out of the sword light. Senior Sword Sovereign. When he saw the person who came, Ning Chen bowed politely. You're no weaker than me. I can't accept you calling me senior, said Wuxia. Age is seniority. Strength has nothing to do with this, said Ning Chen. So many years have passed, but you're still as stubborn as before, said Wuxia calmly. Senior Honorable Sword Master, you've come out of seclusion in a different manner from before, Ning Chen replied. The sword of a defeated sword naturally has to learn from shame. Wuxia looked at the person in front of him and said, since it's such a coincidence, why don't we exchange a few moves? Ning Chen was startled, and hesitation appeared in his eyes. To the side, Xianyu softly said, it's fine, there's no need to worry about me. It's just a spar. I also want to see how strong my husband is. When Ning Chen heard this, he nodded lightly. He could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in his eyes. His desire to fight an opponent on the sword completely erupted. Miss Xianyu, let's move back a bit. Chao Tianxi reminded her and quickly pulled her out of the battle. Shi Mujin also retreated and watched the battle anxiously. Over 10 years ago, that legendary Grand Xia cultivator had come to challenge Sword Sovereign, and Sword Sovereign had been defeated. Because of that, Sword Sovereign had gone into seclusion for over 10 years to comprehend a higher level of sword intent. Master, between Sword Sovereign and Sword Marquis, who is stronger? Asked Shi Mujin. Chao Tianxi shook her head. If the two of them were at their peak, their strength would be about the same. But now that Sword Sovereign has lost all his cultivation, he might be at a disadvantage. In the ultimate martial battle, although cultivation wasn't an absolute factor, it couldn't be ignored. Now that Sword Sovereign had lost all his cultivation, it wouldn't be easy for him to fight Sword Sovereign head-on. The two of you, don't overdo it, said Chao Tianxi. Understood. Ning Chen and Wuxia looked at each other and nodded. Please. With a single word, the two divine weapons, Star Spirit and Heavenly Sword, were unsheathed and faced each other for the first time. For their own swords, the two of them used their peak strength. Sword light split open the wind and clouds, and the swords collided in the air. Ninth Sword, Divine Domain. Wuxia's sword intent rose rapidly, accumulating as ninth sword appeared. A moment later, the sword light soared into the sky, and heaven and earth turned into swords, rapidly expanding. A divine domain appeared on the sword. Endless sword light crisscrossed, flickering indeterminately. The shocking sword made the world tremble. Seeing this, Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless. Star soul in his hand changed, and an abnormally strong sword intent surged out, resonating with 10,000 swords. Sword technique, ultimate heaven. Two swords that stood at the peak couldn't coexist. The moment the sword light collided, the two sword intent continued to devour each other, spreading thousands of miles away. Outside the battle, Chao Tianxi waved her hand to calm the storm. Above the sacred ground, arrays were activated to resist the aftermath of the two's battle. 10th Sword, Celestial Slaying. After 9th Sword, Mu Changa's vital essence rose rapidly, and a terrifying sword pressure spread out, twisting space and time within 1,000 miles. A sword that transcended the limits appeared. Celestial Slaying, chaos appeared in heaven and earth, and an ancient sword spirit gathered in the sky, and an ancient stone sword appeared, slashing down from the sky. Seeing the sword light descending from the sky, Ning Chen's eyes turned serious. Celestial Slaying. Sword technique, nothingness. The celestial slaying sword intent was invincible, and Ning Chen's sword turned nothingness. The stars in the sky shook, and starlight fell, adding to the sword's power. The two swords clashed, and nothingness engulfed the void. Celestial slaying turned invisible. Seeing this, Mu Changa's eyes narrowed, and he didn't hold back anymore. Sword Chi soared into the sky, and he attacked with 11th Sword. 11th Sword. With a shout of 11th Sword, the entire heavenly sanctum shook, and the swords that soared into the sky were endless, without beginning and without end, breaking through the sky. The extremity of sword, a perfect sword technique, met Ning Chen's attack head-on. He took a step forward, and his body split into two. Sword technique, 3 lights together. The sword intent manifested, and 3 identical figures appeared at the same time. Sword dance, spring and autumn, shook the world. Only sword technique, so dazzling. The two extremities collided, and terrifying shockwaves spread out, shaking the sacred ground. Even with layers of protective arrays, they were unable to resist the shockwaves. Amidst the shockwaves, the two of them stood side by side. The ground in front of them crumbled, and the cracks were so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Mu Changa had already unleashed 3 moves, and he already knew his opponent's strength. There was no need to probe further. Mu Changa shouted, and the sword chi around him dissipated, returning to its original state. Even before he attacked, an unprecedented sword pressure swept out. Sword. 12th Sword. Mu Changa attacked, and his sword intent broke through the limit. A dazzling sword light coiled around him, so beautiful, so shocking. Ning Chen's expression froze, and his aura sank. The sword intent around him also rose rapidly, and his astral souls revolved, unleashing his ultimate moves. At this moment, outside the battlefield, Xinu, who had been quietly spectating, suddenly staggered. She coughed out a mouthful of blood, and silently fell to the ground. In the battlefield, Ning Chen sensed something, and his countenance drastically changed. The instant he unleashed his ultimate move, his strength weakened by several degrees. The two moves collided, and the shockwaves from the collision caused his robes to be dyed red. Xanu. Ignoring his injuries, Ning Chen's silhouette flashed, instantly appearing outside the battlefield. He supported the unconscious Xinu, and anxiousness could be seen on his face. How could he be so fast? In the battlefield not far away, Mu Changa walked out, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes as he stared at his silhouette whose robes were dyed red. Sadly, he was distracted for the final move. There was no meaning in winning this battle. Chapter 782. In the heavenly sanctum sacred land, Shi Mujin went down the mountain to seal 7 successful bodies to temper himself. The battle between the peak swords was still vivid in his mind. He had cultivated for dozens of years, and he had left everyone in the dust. No one could catch up to him. The heavenly Daos were unfair. Everyone's talent and karmic luck were different. Heavenly geniuses had leaped through the dragon gate, reached the corporeal realm, and comprehended the true Tao. Ordinary people would never be able to reach that level. However, there were 50 grand Daos, and 49 heavenly Daos. The heavenly Daos could not be perfect. What was missing gave thousands of people like knowing destiny a slim chance. Cultivation was made up for by hard work. Talent was not the deciding factor. Even the heavens couldn't interfere. So the heavens also couldn't stop knowing destiny from walking their own Tao. If the heavens didn't interfere, who could stop knowing destiny? Plum blossoms drifted in the air above the heavenly sanctum. Within a room, a beautiful figure was lying on the bed. Her hair was partially white, and it was extremely dazzling. Ning Chen looked at the unconscious woman beside the bed. A trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. Knowing destiny, Marquis, I never had the chance to ask you what happened. Why did you lose your cultivation base? Are you really married to this woman? Asked Chao Tianxi. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. He took a step forward and gently stroked her face. It's a long story. The past was like smoke. Ning Chen's gaze never left the unconscious woman. He gave a simple recount of what had happened. Hearing this, Chao Tianxi sighed. I really didn't expect you to be able to find a way to bring the dead back to life. You did it in the end. This is what I owe her, said Ning Chen. What about Xia Xinyu? Her talent is no worse than those heavenly geniuses. Since you married her, why didn't you persuade her to walk the path of cultivation? Asked Chao Tianxi. Xinyu's personality is very similar to the Empress's. Once she makes a decision, no one can change it. Even I can't, said Ning Chen. You two really are the same. Sometimes, you two really are the same, said Tianxi helplessly. There are still 10 years left. I just want her to finish this journey happily without any regrets, Ning Chen said. The door opened and Mu Changa walked in. He looked at the plain-clothed young man by the bed and calmly said, using a spatial array formation is indeed not a good idea. If you were alone then it would be fine, but now you have this young lady by your side. If you encounter a top inheritance with ill intentions then it will be difficult for you to protect her. Ning Chen shifted his gaze and looked at the honorable swordsman who was walking in. He said, Honorable swordsman, you said that there was another way. I wonder what it is. Tianzhou. Mu Changa said seriously, in the past, when I was traveling the world, I once saw a spirit artifact that could travel through space. Although its speed was not as fast as a spatial array, it was more agile and suitable for you and this lady. When Ning Chen heard this, a strange look appeared in his eyes as he asked, where can I get such a spirit artifact? The first star of the Ziwei star, the Ziwei Imperial Star, said Mu Changa. Ning Chen nodded slightly and replied, Thank you, Senior Sword Venerable, for your guidance. Jiming Marquis. Chao Tianxi looked at the young man in front of him and earnestly said, Has Lady Xianyu ever taken a spirit medicine that can increase her lifespan? If she hasn't, then perhaps she can use a grand medicine to increase her lifespan. Ning Chen sighed and shook his head. It's useless. Xianyu's body and appearance have always been maintained by medicine. Furthermore, even if we found a way to increase her lifespan, Xianyu wouldn't use it. Chao Tianxi fell silent and sighed heavily inside. Everyone chased after longevity, but this Lady Xianyu was willing to give up on longevity and only wanted to live an ordinary life. When the sun was about to set, Xianyu woke up. Looking at the concerned gaze in front of her, she gently smiled and said, I'm fine. Don't worry. Ning Chen nodded. Rest a bit more. Xianyu sat up, wanting to get up. Ning Chen carefully helped her up and let her lean into his embrace. I'm really fine. Have you found a way? Asked Xianyu gently. I found one. We need to make a trip to the Ziwei Imperial Star. Ning Chen nodded. Then let's move quickly. The Ziwei Imperial Star shouldn't be near here, said Xianyu softly. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment. Soon after, he nodded and agreed. Seeing that the two of them had made up their minds, Chao Tianxi didn't stay any longer. This Lady Xianyu didn't have much time left. Sorry for disturbing you. Xianyu stood up and bowed to the noble woman in front of her. Chao Tianqi went up to support her. There's no need to be so courteous. The Jiming Marquis is the benefactor of my heavenly sanctum. No matter when you come, the heavenly sanctum will always welcome you. Ning Chen smiled faintly and supported the person beside him as they walked out together. Seeing the two of them leave, Chao Tianqi couldn't bear to see them leave. Why was it that such a kind person didn't receive the protection of the heavens? Every step of his life was filled with hardships. When swordsmen discuss the sword, victory or defeat is more important than life. Only this child doesn't care about victory or defeat at all, sighed Mu Changa. He wasn't arrogant when he won, and he wasn't discouraged when he lost. From the start of the battle until now, he hadn't seen the Jiming Marquis' mood change at all. It's not that he doesn't care. Chao Tianqi shook her head. From the way he accepted the battle with you, he also hopes to have an opponent on the same level as him to test his sword. In this world, there are no swordsmen who don't care about victory or defeat. But to him, the woman beside him is even more important than his sword. Above the sacred ground, the white-robed man's sword light pierced through the clouds, bringing his wife along as he flew away. In the universe, in the vast starry sky, the sword light streaked across, vanishing in an instant. 7 months later, in the center of the Z-Way starfield, on the Z-Way Imperial Star, 2 people arrived. In front of the 100 Rivers house, the 2 of them walked in together. The number 1 house under the heavens, its name spread far and wide. Of the 9 floors, the first 7 were the trading grounds. The 8th floor was where the rare treasures of the world were sold. The 9th floor was a forbidden area of the 100 Rivers house. Ning Chen brought Xianyu to the 8th floor. Only the 100 Rivers house could create a heavenly boat. And every time there was an auction, the heavenly boat would be one of the most precious treasures. The heavenly boat had the ability to pass through space, something rarely seen in the world. There were very few divine materials in the world that could withstand the tearing of space. The 100 Rivers house also couldn't accumulate too many. On the 10th day, the auction began. In the various private rooms, powerful auras appeared one after another, waiting for the treasures they wanted to bid on. Within one of the private rooms, Ning Chen quietly looked at the treasures being auctioned off one by one. From the start to the end, he didn't call out a single bid. "Husband, I'm a little tired." Xianyu had a look of fatigue on her face. "Why don't you rest?" Ning Chen gently pulled the woman beside him into his embrace and said softly. "Okay." Xianyu nodded. She leaned on his shoulder and quietly fell asleep. Her long white hair could no longer be concealed. It symbolized that the most resplendent pearl of Grand Xia was about to reach the end of her life. 4 hours later, the treasures being auctioned off became more and more extraordinary. Every single one of them was sold for a price of over 5,000 immortal jades, causing people to be speechless. The heavenly boat has the ability to pass through space. There's no need for me to introduce its value. Everyone should be very clear about it. The starting price is 9,000 immortal jades. Everyone, please start bidding. At the side of the stage, a beautiful woman looked at the private rooms in front of her. In each of the private rooms, the powerful chi changed and manifested. They all had thoughts about the heavenly boat. 30,000 immortal jades. Just as they were about to bid, a calm voice rang out. Instantly, the entire 8th floor fell silent. Oh. In a private room not far away, a woman dressed as a man frowned slightly. She looked in the direction of the voice. Who was it? "Prince Qi, do you want to raise the price?" asked an enchanting woman from the side. "No need." King Qi shook her head. 30,000 immortal jades had already exceeded her range of acceptance. Although this treasure was one of her goals, she hadn't expected such a person to appear. There were still other things she wanted. There was no need to compete with this person on a single heavenly boat. On the 8th floor, after the first bid, the private rooms all chose to remain silent. No one bid again. At the side of the stage, a strange light flashed through the woman's eyes. The heavenly boat's value was extraordinary. In the past, it had indeed been auctioned off for a sky-high price. However, this was the first time she had seen someone directly bid 30,000 immortal jades. She wondered which power was so bold. 30,000 immortal jades going once. 30,000 immortal jades going twice. 30,000 immortal jades going thrice. Sold. With that, the ownership of the heavenly boat was decided. This unexpected situation caused everyone to pay more attention to the private room that had bid this time. However, in the following auction, the private room that had bid earlier didn't make any more bids. In a private room not far away, King Qi's eyes narrowed. Concubine Yun, that person is about to leave. Secretly follow him. Be careful. Don't be discovered. Yes. Concubine Yun accepted the order and left the private room. Who could it be? King Qi tapped her finger on the stone table in front of her as she pondered. Before coming to this planet, she had done a detailed investigation of all the powers on Crepe Myrtle planet. The number of great powers that were so bold could be counted on one hand. However, these great powers already had the heavenly boat. Why would they still want to fight over it? Strange. In the 100 Rivers house, Ning Chen paid the immortal jades and put away the heavenly boat. Soon after, he left with Xianyu. Send someone to follow him and find out his identity. On the 9th floor of the 100 Rivers house, an old figure opened his eyes. Yes. Almost at the same time, the private rooms on the 8th floor also took action. They secretly sent people to follow him. Outside the 100 Rivers house, Ning Chen sensed many unfamiliar auras following behind him. He ignored them and walked towards an inn not far away. Xianyu, let's rest for a day first. Tomorrow, we will leave for another place. Ning Chen said softly. The Crepe Myrtle Imperial Star was known as the #1 star in the Crepe Myrtle planet. It was definitely extraordinary. Since he and Xianyu had come here, they should at least walk around. Xianyu nodded, replying softly. Reporting to Paragon, that person is staying at the Cloud Gathering Inn. Not long after, the spies reported back one after another, reporting the situation. Oh. Truly skilled and daring. Chapter 783. As night fell, the lanterns in Yunlai Inn were lit. The candles on the second floor flickered brightly. In front of a bronze mirror, Xianyu untied her hair. Looking at her snow-white reflection, she sighed inside. In the end, she couldn't keep her. Ning Chen walked up and gently hugged her from behind. It's fine. It's just that your hair is a bit whiter. Our 9th princess is still as beautiful as ever. Xianyu turned back as a smile appeared on her beautiful face. You only know how to console me. Princess, it's already late. How about your husband help you rest? Teased Ning Chen. That's fine. Xianyu smiled. Not long after, the candles in the room were extinguished. Everything was the same as before. In the room across from them, a handsome figure in luxurious clothes stood there, a strange light flashing in his eyes. If this person didn't have a heavenly treasure to rely on, then he was an idiot. Behind him, an enchanting woman looked at him and said, Prince Qi, do you need me to test him? Not for now. Prince Qi shook his head. There will be people who can't sit still before us. 30,000 immortal jades is not a small amount even in the most peak sections. This person's identity is definitely extraordinary. Concubine Yin frowned. I didn't sense any true qi fluctuations from his body. Could he just be a playboy from some great sect or dynasty? There are many treasures in the world, and it's not like there aren't any things that can conceal one's aura. We can't jump to conclusions. He only booked a room for 1 day and will leave tomorrow. Whether he's a dragon or a worm, we'll know soon enough. You can go now. Don't alert him, said Prince Qi calmly. Yes. Concubine Yun respectfully accepted her orders and left. At the same time, numerous figures were hidden in the shadows outside the inn, staring at the mission target. No one dared to act rashly. The cold moon moved to the west. A calm night with dark undercurrents gradually passed. There was no movement in the room on the second floor. It was as if they didn't notice what was happening outside. The next day, under the first rays of the morning sun, the door to the room opened. Xinu, who was dressed in a simple and elegant dress, walked out. Her countenance was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of nations to fall into a daze. Across the room, the door opened. Prince Qi looked at the woman who walked out of the room. Such a stunning woman was rarely seen in the world. Unfortunately, he didn't have much lifespan left. After the woman walked out, the young man in plain clothes also walked out. He closed the door and went downstairs together. Follow me. In the dark, a figure received the order and followed. Outside the city, the two of them headed west, away from the bustling human world. The imperial star, the vast divine land, and the incomparably magnificent mountains and rivers stretched between heaven and earth, making people reluctant to leave. Amidst the beautiful mountains and rivers, the smile on Xinu's face grew wider and wider. She had forgotten all her troubles and was enjoying the scenery with the people around her. Half a month later, more and more figures followed behind him. Finally, some of them could no longer sit still and revealed their killing intent. In front of a large river that flowed to the east, Ning Chen looked at the woman by the river. The gentleness in his eyes couldn't be dispelled. Ning Chen didn't look back. He waved his right hand, and a fallen leaf shot out, piercing through the air. 1,000 feet away, a waterfall of blood gushed out. Before the black-clothed figure could make a move, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the fallen leaf in his chest. He wanted to say something, but no sound came out. The black-clothed figure fell down. The blood from his chest dyed the ground red. Even in death, he was unable to close his eyes. Husband. Xinu turned her head and looked at the person in front of her. Her face reddened and she softly said, "I want to take a bath in this river." When Ning Chen heard this, he gently smiled and said, "Go ahead, I'll watch for you." Xinu's face turned even redder. "Can you turn around?" Ning Chen smiled. "We are husband and wife. Are you afraid I'll watch?" Although he said that, Ning Chen still turned around and waved his right hand. Behind him, countless fallen leaves flew into the air, forming a barrier in front of the river. 1,000 feet away from the river, numerous figures were shocked and they saw this scene. "Friends, you've followed me for so long. It's time to return and report," said Ning Chen calmly. In the dark, numerous figures were shocked. When they saw the gaze of the plain-clothed young man in front of them, their hearts sank. So they had been discovered long ago. Retreat. They no longer hesitated and immediately retreated. "Miss, what about you?" Ning Chen looked at the two people on the other side. "You've truly hidden your strength." Two figures walked out. The one in front was wearing luxurious robes and holding a folding fan. His appearance was exceptionally delicate, and he looked a bit too handsome. Behind him, a woman with an enchanting appearance and an exquisite figure followed. Her seductive aura was the epitome of a femme fatale. Ning Chen only glanced at the woman behind him before turning his gaze to the person in front of him. The woman behind him had an extraordinary cultivation base. She had already reached the immortal void-treading realm. However, the true expert was this young master who was dressed as a man. Mid-true realm. "I wouldn't dare say I've hidden my strength." "Why have the two of you followed me all the way here?" asked Ning Chen. "I am Lin Yuzhen, and this is my maid, concubine Yun." We followed you because we wanted to become friends with you, said Lin Yuzhen calmly. Let's not beat around the bush. Just tell us your intentions, said Ning Chen. The heavenly boat. Lin Yuzhen closed her fan. Are you willing to part with it? I'm willing to exchange it for 40,000 immortal jades. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Since you can take out so many immortal jades, why didn't you make a bid back then? I won't hide it from you. At the time, I did have other things I wanted to fight over, so I couldn't waste too much immortal jades on this item. However, something unexpected happened, and the 100 Rivers building didn't take out what I wanted. The immortal jades I prepared were also left over, said Lin Yuzhen. Ning Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, but this item is very important to me. I can't give it away. Impudent. Concubine Yun's expression turned cold. Prince Qi is willing to exchange with you at a high price because he doesn't want to bully the weak. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, Miss, why are you so angry? The heavenly ark is mine. I don't want to give it to others. Isn't that right and proper? Why are you so angry? A matter of course. Concubine Yun snorted. There is no such thing as a matter of course in this world. Only absolute strength is a matter of course. Concubine Yun. Lin Yuzhen's eyes turned cold. Don't be rude. Concubine Yun trembled and lowered her head, not daring to say another word. Lin Yuzhen smiled once more and looked at the youth in front of her. Young master, the heavenly boat is truly of great use to me. What will it take for you to part with it? At the same time, the shadow sent out by the 100 Rivers house's 9th floor had returned and reported what he had seen. He didn't use his cultivation base and only used a leaf to kill a peak perfection spy. In the depths of the 9th level, an aged figure opened his eyes and spoke. Indeed. When that person attacked, this subordinate didn't sense any true chi fluctuations, said the shadow respectfully. Extreme Tao. Muttered the old figure. Such a person hasn't appeared in a long time. Ancestor, do we still need to continue investigating? Asked a middle-aged man. No need. The old figure shook his head. Do you know the identity of the cross-dressing woman the shadow spoke of? I don't know. Prince Qi, Lin Yuzhen, said the 100 Rivers house's ancestor. The middle-aged man's expression shook. The spirit void Starfield's Prince Qi who can contend with the Ji family? Yes. The 100 Rivers house's ancestor nodded. This Prince Qi was born in a family of generals and has been known as a man since he was young. Because of his outstanding military exploits, he was bestowed the title of prince by the mortal realm's emperor. Later on, he coincidentally embarked on the path of cultivation. Although he hasn't cultivated for long, his progress is astonishing. In just a short 100 years, he has already reached the mid-stage of the true realm. Even the grand elders of the Ji family don't want to casually provoke him. The middle-aged man came back to his senses, suppressed his shock, and nodded. The world-shaking Prince Qi had actually personally come to the Myrtle Imperial Star. Just why? Tens of thousands of leaves fluttered in the wind. Lin Yuzhen looked at the man in front of her and once more asked about the conditions. I'm sorry, but the heavenly boat is also very important to me. No matter what the conditions are, I can't part with it, refused Ning Chen once more. Lin Yuzhen's expression froze and she said, Young master, you should know that a man's wealth is his own ruin. Although concubine Yun's words were a bit extreme, there is some truth to them. 3 moves. If you can prove that you can keep the treasure, this king will immediately leave and promise not to disturb you again in the future. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became heavy. Lin Yuzhen was the first to move. Her seemingly delicate body had the power to fight against the heavens. In an instant, she arrived in front of the former and stretched out her delicate hand. Ning Chen leaned to the side, dodging her hand. His right hand formed a sword, and sword chi soared out of him. Lin Yuzhen narrowed her eyes and changed the direction of her palm, once more grabbing his arm. Ning Chen retreated half a step. Streaks of sword light shot out from his body, each one faster than the last. There was no way to dodge them. Lin Yuzhen stepped forward and circulated her true essence. She scattered the sword chi in front of her with a single palm. The shock waves hadn't dissipated yet, and her palm didn't stop. The furious currents of the sea overflowed. The terrifying scene in front of her split the sky. Sword art, nothingness. Ning Chen used his fingers to block her attack. With a heaven-shaking boom, the shock waves from their attacks dissipated. Dust was blown away, and everything within 30 meters of them fell. Lin Yuzhen withdrew her hand. Her eyes flashed. What a beautiful sword! Behind them, the leaves that filled the sky began to fall. An exceptionally beautiful figure walked over. Looking at the two of them, she revealed a gentle smile. "Husband, who is this friend?" Xianyu walked up and softly asked. "Lin Yuzhen, a friend I just met," replied Ning Chen. Xianyu nodded. She looked at the woman who was clearly dressed as a man. She smiled. "Miss Lin, it's not good to force people to do things they don't want to do, right?" Chapter 784. Thousand Separation Mountain. In front of the great river flowing to the east, Lin Yuzhen looked at the exceptionally beautiful woman before her and narrowed her eyes. All along, she had thought that this woman was merely an ordinary woman. Other than her outstanding appearance, there was nothing worth paying attention to. She had not paid much attention to this woman before. It seemed that she had been blind. This state of mind and courage was definitely not something an ordinary woman could possess. "Please forgive me, I was rude." Lin Yuzhen clasped her fists and apologized. Seeing the person before her apologizing, Xianyu did not say anything else. She walked behind her husband and remained silent. Seeing this, Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed with surprise again. "Forget it." Ning Chen smiled and said, "It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. This matter ends here, there is no need to mention it again." Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, "May I know how to address young master?" "Ning Chen." "I admire brother Ning's magnanimity. Today's matter is my fault. If brother Ning comes to the spirit void realm in the future, I will definitely wait for you." Lin Yuzhen clasped her fists again and turned to leave. Ning Chen looked at the departing back and a serious expression appeared on his face. Spirit Void Starfield's people. 10 steps away, Lin Yuzhen stopped. She looked at the figure before the river and said, "Young Master Ning, do you believe in Buddha?" "I don't." Ning Chen was slightly startled. Then, he lightly shook his head. "I also don't believe in it. However, amongst all the gods, only Buddha believes in the afterlife. It is rumored that there is a Buddha in the All-Heaven Starfield. Brother Ning, you can decide for yourself." After saying that, Lin Yuzhen did not say anything else and walked out of the Thousand Separation Mountain. Hearing the former's words, Ning Chen became silent and did not say anything. "Husband, let's go too." Beside him, Xianyu softly said. Amen. Ning Chen nodded and led the person beside him forward. After that day, no one on the Myrtle Imperial Star saw the two of them again. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. 7 years passed in the realm beyond heaven. The young man in white robes and the white-haired woman traveled through the various planetary systems. They didn't stay in any of the places for too long. The most beautiful time of their lives was so short. In the glorious gold starfield, on a famous mountain peak, the two of them were sitting side by side as they looked at the rising sun in the east. "Husband, let's go home." Xianyu softly said. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded slightly and replied. As the sun rose, the two of them left the mountain peak and began their journey back. 1 year later, in the eastern divine land of the inner realm, the two people who had been away for nearly 10 years returned. The plainclothed knowing destiny state cultivator looked the same as he did 10 years ago. However, beside Ji Ming, the woman's hair had turned completely white, and not a single trace of black could be seen. In the depths of Ning Chen's eyes, the sorrow grew thicker and thicker, so deep that it could not be dissolved. Within the borders of Grand Xia, winter had arrived. Snowflakes drifted down from the cold sky, sprinkling down onto the mortal world. The two of them walked together towards the east, one step at a time. 30 years of waiting, 20 years of being together. The cycle of time gradually came to an end. The Jiming Marquis residence did not alert anyone. When the two of them walked over, the guards in front of the residence were shocked and hurriedly bowed. "Get up, don't make a fuss," Ning Chen said softly and walked towards the Marquis' estate. The maids looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Why was the princess' hair all white? In the Weiyang Palace, a beautiful figure in a green dress looked in the direction of the house of the Marquis. Sadness flashed in her eyes. What was supposed to come had finally come. Marquis. In the backyard of the Marquis' manor, the old butler walked over. 20 years had passed, the butler who was in his prime had also aged. He was no longer tall and straight, showing signs of old age. "What's the matter?" Ning Chen asked. "The new year is almost here. I wonder if Marquis has any special instructions?" The old butler respectfully asked. Ning Chen shook his head lightly. "Just make the same preparations as the previous years. There's no need for any special arrangements." "Yes." The old butler respectfully accepted the order and retreated. In the room, the fire in the furnace danced, dispelling the cold air in the room. Xianyu leaned against the headboard of the bed, looking at the figure walking into the room. A smile appeared on her tired face. "Counting the days, it should be the end of the year soon, right?" It's almost here." Ning Chen nodded. He walked up and sat beside the bed, asking in concern, "How are you feeling? Do you still feel tired?" "I'm fine, I'll be fine after resting for a while." Xianyu endured the tiredness that assaulted her as she lightly smiled and replied. "Then sleep for a while." Ning Chen helped her to lie down as he spoke softly. Xianyu gently nodded. She lay down and slowly closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Ning Chen sat beside her, quietly waiting. He didn't say anything, just quietly watching. For the next 10 days, Xianyu spent most of her time sleeping. The time she woke up became less and less. Outside the peaceful inner courtyard, the atmosphere of the end of the year grew stronger and stronger. The entire imperial city was filled with a joyous atmosphere. As the end of the year arrived, the entire imperial city was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The Marquis Manor was also filled with a joyous atmosphere. Early in the morning, Xianyu, who had slept for 2 days, woke up. Her eyes were dazed as she looked outside the window. A moment later, she gradually regained her clarity. "Is today the new year?" Xianyu looked at the man beside the bed and asked. Ning Chen nodded, softly replying. Xianyu propped herself up with her arms and tried to get up. "Your body isn't well, don't get up," Ning Chen said with concern. "I'm fine. Today is the new year, we need to make a trip to the palace." Xianyu smiled. Ning Chen sighed inwardly and didn't try to persuade her again. He helped her up. In front of the bronze mirror, Xianyu seriously put on her makeup. However, her white hair could no longer be concealed. It was exceptionally dazzling. "Let's go." Not long after, Xianyu finished her makeup and stood up. Ning Chen nodded, accompanying her as they walked out of the Marquis Manor. In the imperial palace, Xia Qi had set up a banquet, inviting the imperial family and important officials. The time for the banquet had already arrived, but it hadn't started yet. Your Majesty, shall we start the banquet? An attendant walked up and asked in a low voice. Let's wait a moment more. Xia Qi looked outside the hall, his eyes filled with anticipation. Grand Princess has arrived. Prince Consort has arrived. At this moment, a report rang out outside the hall. At the end of the stone steps, two figures walked over together. Their white robes and white hair were extremely striking. Inside the main hall, the members of the imperial family and the important ministers of the imperial court stood up one after another and bowed in greeting. Master, Aunt Jiu. Xia Qi walked out of the banquet and welcomed them. This was the first time Xianyu entered the palace after returning. Looking at the officials and imperial family, she didn't recognize many of them. 20 years had passed and everything was still the same, but the people had changed. At the head of the banquet, Ning Chen and Xianyu sat next to each other. The banquet officially began. One by one, the imperial family rose to propose a toast. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Ning Chen welcomed them with a smile. He didn't reject anyone who proposed a toast. Seeing that the legendary Jiming Marquis wasn't so unreasonable, the young imperial family members also relaxed. They all stood up and proposed a toast to the Marquis they worshipped. The lively banquet lasted for more than 2 hours. At the end of the banquet, the officials and imperial relatives left one by one. Xia Qi walked up to the two of them and looked at the woman's white hair. A trace of tears flashed in his eyes as he said, Aunt Jiu, what happened to your hair? Xianyu smiled, Aunt Jiu is old, so of course my hair will turn white. Qi, you have done well these years. Grand Xia is our home, you must protect it well. Qi, will work hard and won't disappoint Aunt Jiu. Xia Qi nodded his head vigorously. Xianyu's face flashed with gratification. Looking at the person beside her, she said, Husband, let's go to Weiyang Palace to take a look. Ning Chen nodded and helped her up before walking out of the hall. Just as the two of them left, an old imperial consecrator walked out. Looking at the emperor in front of him, he sighed, Your Majesty, the princess won't be able to hold on until today. When Xia Qi heard that, his body trembled violently. Sorrow filled his heart. In Weiyang Palace, the green-robed woman was waiting. Not long later, the two of them appeared. After 20 years, they finally met again. You're back. Qing Ning looked at the two of them, smiling with tears in her eyes. We're back. A smile appeared on Xianyu's face as she replied. Husband, please leave for a moment. I have some things to say to Sister Qing Ning. Xianyu looked at the person beside her and said softly. Ning Chen nodded and turned to leave. Qing Ning looked at the woman in front of her, tears welling up in her eyes. 20 years had passed so quickly. Xianyu walked up, there wasn't much sadness on her face. She smiled, Sister Qing Ning, there's no need to be sad for me. In these 20 years, I've already obtained so much. I have no regrets. 100 steps away, Ning Chen stood there silently, waiting patiently. Not long later, Xianyu walked over and took the initiative to hold his hand. Smiling, she said, Husband, we're home. Let's go home. Ning Chen responded softly and walked out of the Weiyang Palace. In the royal capital, although it wasn't too long, the two of them walked for a very long time. This journey felt like an entire lifetime. Husband, thank you for all these years. Xianyu softly said. Silly girl, we're husband and wife. There's no need to thank me. Ning Chen smiled. The blazing sun headed west. When the two of them returned to the Marquis Manor, the sun had already set. The sunset was so beautiful. Husband, accompany me to watch the sunset one more time. In the backyard of the Marquis Manor, Xianyu looked at the setting sun and asked. Okay. Ning Chen suppressed the sadness in his heart and nodded. Xinu lightly leaned on his shoulder and murmured, "Husband, these 20 years were the happiest time of Xinu's life." "Really?" Ning Chen's eyes flashed with tears. He smiled, "Weren't you curious about what I was drawing? 2 days ago, I finished it. Take a look." After saying that, Ning Chen took out the drawing from his robes and unfolded it, passing it to the woman beside him. The woman in the drawing was wearing a long dress. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her face was flawless. It was so lifelike that it was like a girl in Grand Xia had just matured. When she looked at her, she could topple a city. When she looked at her again, she could topple an entire country. Xinu looked at the woman in the drawing. Her tears flowed down as a bright smile bloomed on her face. "Husband, let's meet again in the next life." As she murmured, the woman's arm fell to her side. She had a faint smile on her face. In this short life, she had no regrets. Ning Chen's body trembled. Tears dripped from his eyes, wetting his clothes. The sun had completely set, and the afterglow cast a long shadow on the two of them. Chapter 785. In the manner of Jiming Marquis, under the setting sun, Ning Chen carried the dead Xinu and left the Marquis manor step by step. From this day onwards, the Marquis of Great Xia's imperial city would no longer be ignorant. Somewhere in the starry sky, a plainclothed figure walked through thousands of mountains and rivers, going to the heavens. Star after star, domain after domain. After walking for an unknown number of days and miles, the plainclothed figure stepped into the all-heaven starfield and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The all-heaven starfield was filled with gods and Buddhas. It was rumored that every starfield where gods and Buddhas appeared had their own beliefs. It was a peaceful land. The Shimi Buddhist kingdom was a holy land for Buddhist cultivators. It was guarded by many vital stars, and Buddhist cultivators had reached the peak of the world. In the boundless holy land, many white-clothed monks sat on the ground, meditating and chanting sutras. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. They were separated by 3 meters, and golden swastikas surrounded them. It was a shocking sight. In front of the monks, 3 white-bearded Buddhas sat quietly. They looked kind and gentle, as if they were real Buddhas living in the mortal world. Below the Holy Land, countless people worshipped and prayed for the protection of the Buddhas. In the distance, plain-clothed figures walked over. Their faces were still young, but their eyes were filled with hardships, and they looked very tired. In the Holy Land, the 3 white-bearded Buddhas opened their eyes and looked at the figure walking over. Their eyes shone. Boundless merit and overflowing sin. What a special young man. In the vast Holy Land, the plain-clothed figure walked step by step among the many monks. Although it seemed slow, it affected the wind and clouds. "Benefactor, why have you come?" the human Buddha Lord on the left of the 3 white-bearded Buddhas asked. "To ask about the afterlife," Ning Chen said softly. "Benefactor, do you believe in the afterlife?" the Earth Buddha Lord on the right asked. "No," Ning Chen said honestly. "Since Benefactor does not believe, why have you come to ask?" the human Buddha Lord asked again. "I cannot see the afterlife, so I do not believe. However, everyone says that the 3 Buddha Lords of the Buddhist kingdom can see the afterlife. Therefore, I have come to ask," Ning Chen answered. "We cannot see the afterlife either," the heavenly Buddha Lord in the middle said calmly for the first time. "Since you cannot see it, why do Buddhists believe in the afterlife?" Ning Chen asked. "Not seeing it does not mean it does not exist." Heavenly Buddha Lord looked at the people in front of him and said, "The cycle of life never stops. Other than gods and Buddhas, no one can create life. The inheritance of life is the cycle of reincarnation. Buddha Lord, do you think that people can reincarnate after death?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "Everything has a cycle of reincarnation. Life does not appear out of thin air, nor does it disappear out of thin air. It is the same for humans, and it is the same for ants, Heavenly Buddha Lord said slowly. How can I prove it? Ning Chen asked seriously. Unable to prove it. Heavenly Buddha Lord said calmly, Benefactor, you already knew the answer in your heart before you came to the Buddha kingdom. Why do you need to ask again? You will tell me in your next life. If you believe it, then it will be there. If you don't believe it, then it won't be there. Benefactor, please speak your mind. Seeking fate, Ning Chen said softly. Heavenly Buddha Lord was silent. After a moment, he said, above the Holy Land, there is a wishing mountain. It has a height of 99,000 steps. There is a Buddha on the mountain, but only the most sincere can see it. Benefactor, if you can reach the top of the mountain and see my Buddha, perhaps your wish will be fulfilled. Many thanks for your guidance, Buddhist Lord. Ning Chen bowed. Remember, as long as you are sincere, it will work, Heavenly Buddha Lord emphasized again. Ning Chen nodded and bowed respectfully. Then, he turned and walked toward the wishing mountain in the west. Human Buddha Lord looked at Ning Chen's back as he walked away. His old eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. This was the first time he had seen someone with such a complicated fate. Most extreme martial artists are crazy. This child has both great merit and great sin at the same time. It can be seen that he has experienced countless trials and tribulations. It is not easy for him to maintain such sincerity, Heavenly Buddha Lord said calmly. The Buddha nation is facing a great calamity. I hope that the good karma formed today will be of help to the Buddha nation in the future, Earth Buddha Lord said. Amitabha. Heavenly Buddha Lord sighed and said, Buddha will help those who are fated. I hope that this child can see my Buddha and fulfill his wish. The wishing mountain had 99,000 steps. It was the Shimi Buddha nation's holy mountain, one of the most unknown places in the world. At the foot of the holy mountain, Bai walked up with an unyielding pride. Her knees finally touched the ground. She had never begged anyone in her life, but now, she finally bowed her head. With every step, she bowed and kowtowed. On the 99,000 steps on the path to Buddha, she bowed 99,000 times on the path to seeking fate. Her clothes were stained with dust, and she was silent. Gradually, her forehead was dyed red. Her fate in this life was over. She could not ask for anything, but she hoped for the next life to continue her previous fate. Outside the holy ground, the void was floating. A figure in luxurious clothes appeared and stood in the void. Looking at the young man in plain clothes who was praying to Buddha in the distance, a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. He had come in the end. Your Highness, how did you know that he would come? Didn't he say that he did not believe in the next life? Concubine Yun was puzzled. He does not believe in it. Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, however, what difference does it make whether he believes in it or not? In this world, who has truly witnessed the reincarnation of a person? The most important thing is whether he is willing to let go of his pride for that woman. As the two of them spoke, on the wishing mountain, the steps were stained red with blood. It was glaring. The sun rose and set, and the moon rose and set. The figure in plain clothes was still walking up step by step. The blood on his forehead had already dried up several times, and new wounds had appeared on the scab. Fresh blood was seeping out. 2 days later, several large sects not far from the Buddha nation received the news that someone had ascended the Wishing Mountain. The Wishing Mountain was the Buddha nation's sacred mountain. Unless the 3 Buddha lords agreed, no one could approach it. It's the 9th son of Mahist sect. Finally, on the 4th day, a young expert who had returned from the ancient road recognized the figure in plain clothes on the Buddha mountain and exclaimed in shock. A single stone raised 1,000 ripples. Once the news was verified, it quickly spread to every great sect. The heavens were shaken. 3 Buddha lords, we have just received news that the person on the sacred mountain is the 9th son of Mahist sect who set up a trap to kill the supremacies of the various regions. A Buddha nation guardian came forward and reported respectfully. When the human Buddha Lord heard this, he opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he said, "Understood. You may leave." Yes. The Buddha Nation Guardian accepted the order and left. The ninth son of Mahist sect has killed the supremacies of the various regions. He has already incurred the wrath of the world. I believe that someone will come to the Buddha Nation very soon. We should not interfere in this matter, said the human Buddha Lord. Indeed. The Earth Buddha Lord nodded. In the middle, the Heavenly Buddha Lord opened his eyes and said calmly, since that benefactor has ascended the sacred mountain, he is a guest of the Buddha Nation. At least, before he leaves the sacred mountain, no one is to disturb him. Your Highness, something seems to have happened. Outside the sacred land, in the void above, concubine Yun looked at the increasing number of spies around the sacred land and felt that something was amiss. It seems that the identity of that person has been recognized, said Lin Yuzhen. What identity? Asked concubine Yun, puzzled. Ning Chen, the ninth son of Mahist sect. He is also the culprit who killed the supremacies of the various regions, said Lin Yuzhen calmly. He is the ninth son of Mahist sect. Concubine Yun's face flashed with shock. She had not recognized him at all. Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, he has cultivated for less than 100 years. There is no mistake. Concubine Yun came back to her senses, still in disbelief. So, these spies are here for this person? Yes. Lin Yuzhen replied softly and said, not everyone can ascend the sacred mountain of the Buddha Nation. This person has obtained the permission of the three Buddha Lords to go to the Wishing Mountain, which means that his identity will be exposed soon. If I am not wrong, the Buddha Nation will send people here soon. Does he know about this? Asked concubine Yun, suppressing the shock in her heart. How could someone who can set up a trap to kill the supremacies of the various regions not know about today's consequences? However, he still came, said Lin Yuzhen calmly. As soon as they finished speaking, thunderclouds appeared in the distance of the Buddha Nation. An unusually heavy pressure attacked them. It was getting heavier and heavier. It covered the sky and the sun, making people feel that the end of the world was near. They are here. Lin Yuzhen turned around and said slowly. 5 people descended from the thunderclouds. They walked step by step into the Buddha Nation. Their powerful auras shook the heavens and the earth. The 5-star venerables arrived together. Their terrifying pressure shocked the whole Buddha Nation. The white-robed novice monks opened their eyes in shock. On the Wishing Mountain, the white-robed figure did not seem to be aware of it. She continued to walk up while bowing. The 5-star venerables walked in front of the sacred land. They looked at the 3 white-bearded elders sitting in front of them and said, 3 Buddha Lords, the Buddha Nation must already know why we are here. This is a personal grudge and has nothing to do with the Buddha Nation. We hope that you will not interfere. The human Buddha Lord opened his eyes and looked at the 5 venerables in front of him. He said, the Shimi sacred land is the pure land of the Buddhists. If you have any grudges, please settle them after you leave. One of the 5 venerables stepped forward and said, this person's whereabouts are mysterious and hard to find. We don't want to lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 3 Buddha Lords, please do us a favor. The Earth Buddha Lord opened his eyes and said, the pure land of the Buddhists is not suitable for fighting. Please wait for a few days. Another star venerable stepped forward and said coldly, what if we don't agree? The human Buddha Lord and the Earth Buddha Lord narrowed their eyes. It seemed that this matter would be difficult to resolve peacefully. They did not care about the identity of the young man. However, the Wishing Mountain was the sacred land of the Buddha Nation. How could they allow anyone to enter it? Amitabha. The situation was in a stalemate for a while. The Heavenly Buddha Lord chanted the name of Buddha and opened his eyes. He looked at the 5 venerables in front of him and said calmly, benefactors, the Buddha Nation does not like fighting, but we will not allow anyone to bully us. If you insist on being aggressive, we have no choice but to offend you. When the 5 venerables saw this, their expressions turned cold. These 3 stubborn bald donkeys were really asking for trouble. Don't be careless. The 3 Buddha lords of the Buddha nation are not simple people. No one has seen them fight for many years. A middle-aged man in a green robe among the 5 venerables reminded them when the battle was about to start. 5 against 3. We have shown them enough respect, another man in a white robe said coldly. In the void, Lin Yuzhen looked at this scene. After a while, the corners of her mouth curled up. She closed the folding fan in her hand and took a step forward. She flew toward the Holy Land. Her movement technique was graceful and graceful. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Yuzhen's figure flew between the 2 sides. She opened the folding fan in her hand and said with a smile, 3 Buddhist lords, there is no need to trouble you with such a trivial matter. Leave it to me. Prince Qi, Lin Yuzhen. Among the 5 venerables, the man in a white robe recognized the person in front of him. His expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Chapter 786. In the Shimi Holy Land, white-robed people climbed the stairs. With each step, they bowed and kowtowed, their black hair dyed red. Not far away, Prince Qi appeared. His hair was tied up high, and his face was handsome. He was dressed in men's clothing, and his aura was oppressive. Legend Ling Su had cultivated to become a paragon of the mortal world. Everyone, the Shimi Holy Land is a pure Buddhist land. You're going too far by being so aggressive. Lin Yuzhen looked at the 5 of them. Does Prince Qi also want to get involved in this mess? Asked the azure-robed middle-aged man. Mess? You don't have the qualifications. Lin Yuzhen opened the fan in her hand and said with an indifferent smile. Arrogant. The white-robed man's expression turned cold. His figure flashed, and he raised his hand to grab Prince Qi's throat. Lin Yuzhen sneered and closed her fan. Her slender hand condensed yuan as she met his attack. With a bang, their palms collided. Golden light shone brightly above Buddha Mountain, and it constantly shrank, forcefully suppressing the shockwaves from their battle. When Lin Yuzhen saw this, a strange look flashed across her eyes. This 10,000 years old Buddhist holy land was indeed extraordinary. On the other side, the white-robed man was forced back several steps after that palm strike. Blood qi surged through his meridians, and the white-robed man forcibly suppressed his true qi. Looking at Prince Qi, his expression sank. What a powerful woman. Prince Qi, Lin Yuzhen, you really do live up to your reputation, said the middle-aged man coldly. You praise me too much. Lin Yuzhen calmly stood in front of the 5 of them. There's no need for so much nonsense. If you can get past me, you can think about Mo Gate's 9th disciple. Attack. The middle-aged man snorted and didn't say anything else. His true qi erupted, and his figure flashed like an aurora. The other 4 immediately attacked as well. Their powerful cultivation bases were completely released, and their attacks were as fast as lightning. Lin Yuzhen's feet spun, and her figure flickered. She waved her fan, and each of her moves was ordinary, but each of her moves was extraordinary. On the Holy Land, white-robed monks were chanting sutras. Dazzling golden light constantly gathered, suppressing the shockwaves from the battle. At the back of the battlefield, Heavenly Buddha Lord looked at the figure dressed in men's clothing. His old eyes flashed with a touch of admiration. What a handsome skill. This Prince Qi was no weaker than a late True Realm expert. The Spirit Void Realm is really full of capable people. The Qi family is already famous in the world. Now, they have Prince Qi as well. If there are no other geniuses from the other star regions, they will really be at a disadvantage in this world, said the human Buddha Lord. The Qi clan has the bloodline of a deity, so it's not strange for them to have many strong cultivators. Comparatively speaking, Prince Qi is just a duke of the mortal world, yet he was able to reach his current level. It's really amazing. However, the starfields are vast, and there are countless geniuses. It's not like the other starfields don't have strong cultivators who can contend with Spirit Void. It's just that they haven't appeared yet, replied the Earth Buddha Lord. The human Buddha Lord looked at the blood-stained prayer mountain in the distance and said softly, that benefactor has cultivated for less than 100 years, but he has already comprehended the extreme path. This kind of temperament and perseverance is rare in the world. It's a pity that he doesn't have much time left. Otherwise, he would definitely be one of the strongest cultivators in the future. Everyone has their own opportunities. This person's fate is extremely complicated. What his future will be like is not something we can predict. Hopefully, he can meet the Buddha and resolve the troubles in his heart, said the heavenly Buddha Lord calmly. At the top of the prayer mountain, the knowing destiny cultivators who had walked for 5 days had finished the last step of the heaven stair. In 5 days, they had walked 99,000 steps, bowed 99,000 times, and kowtowed 99,000 times. Drops of blood stained every step of the heaven stair. It was dazzling and eye-catching. At the top of the mountain, a huge Buddha statue towered into the clouds. It was 100 feet tall and shone with golden light. It was extraordinary. Ningchen bowed and knelt before the Buddha. He bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, praying for fate in the next life. The Buddha statue shook, and golden light shone brightly, illuminating the entire prayer mountain. On the Holy Land, everyone felt it. They looked at the mountain in the distance, shocked. Let's end this quickly. Sensing the change, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he said sternly. The 4 of them responded and attacked together. Vital chi surged, and their attacks became fiercer. Lin Yuzhen's figure flashed, and she flew 100 feet away, avoiding the attacks of the 5. Her eyes turned cold. 3 Buddha Lords, I didn't want to use weapons in a peaceful place of Buddhism. However, it seems that I have to be impolite now. As soon as she finished speaking, an ancient and exquisite sword appeared in Lin Yuzhen's hand. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. The cry of a phoenix shook the world. Phoenix cry sword. The expressions of the 5 people who rushed up changed drastically. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In Lin Yuzhen's hand, the cry of a phoenix entered the ground, and a surge of vigorous energy spread out. In the dazzling light, the 5 of them flew out, vomiting blood. On the Holy Land, the white-robed novice monks trembled. Their chanting was interrupted, and the golden light around them dissipated. Late-stage true realm. The human Buddha Lord's eyes flashed with shock. The sword just now was undoubtedly the fluctuation of the late-stage true realm. Had Prince Cheat cultivated to such an astonishing level? More than 100 years, late-stage true realm. She is truly a peerless genius. The earthly Buddha Lord sighed. To be able to fight against the Lingshu Ji family and Prince Qi, Lin Yuzhen, on her own, was indeed terrifying. At the same time, golden light shone on the Wishing Mountain. The 100 feet tall Buddha statue shone brightly, illuminating the sky. Billions of people gathered together, and the golden Buddha appeared in the world. The Buddha looked so dignified that no one dared to look at it directly. When the Buddha appeared in the world, Ningchen remained silent and bowed again. Young man, what is it that made you so sad? I can't ask for more. Ningchen kowtowed and said. Ask for what? Ask for fate. Ningchen said honestly. Fate comes and goes. It is fate. Do you know what price you have to pay to change fate? Are you willing to pay any price? Ningchen replied. 9 reincarnations. After 1,000 years, the same flowers will bloom in the world. In these 1,000 years, you will be faced with thousands of disasters and tribulations. Your life will be worse than death. If you die, you will sink into oblivion, unable to be reincarnated. Are you willing? Yes. Ning Chen replied softly. After 1,000 years, go and find her. In the vast sea of people, whether you can continue your fate will depend on your luck. Thank you. Ning Chen bowed. The world is obsessed with life and death. Young man, your life has been rough and you've experienced so many deaths. Can't you see through it? It's because I've experienced so much that I can't let go. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with exhaustion. Death isn't the end of life, but a change in the form of life. Young man, you once risked your life to protect the world and endured countless tribulations. As long as you are willing to let go of your obsession and focus on your own Tao, you will be the closest person to God in this world. As she spoke, the golden Buddha statue formed by billions of people's faith scattered and the dignified image gradually disappeared. Ning Chen fell silent as he looked at the golden light that disappeared. A moment later, he got up and walked down the mountain. Above the shimi sacred ground, Prince Qi blocked 5 venerables by himself. The cry of a phoenix came out of its sheath and its divine might shook the world as it heavily injured 5 true realm experts. The 5 venerables stabilized themselves and looked at the person in front of them with shock and anger. Do you want to leave or continue? I'll keep you company. Lin Yuzhen glanced at the 5 venerables and said indifferently. Before she finished speaking, a figure in plain clothes walked over from the distance. Every step was steady as if she had never seen the battle above the sacred ground. After a few breaths, she arrived and bowed respectfully to the 3 Buddha lords. Thank you. Benefactor, since you were able to see our Buddha, it means that you are fated with our Buddhist sect. I hope this trip didn't disappoint you. Heavenly Buddha Lord opened his eyes and said. I will remember your kindness to the Buddhist kingdom. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you. Ning Chen bowed again and turned to look at the 5 venerables. He said calmly, You're here for me, right? The 9th son of Mo Gate. Venerable Bai Xing couldn't hide his murderous intent. He moved his feet and rushed forward. Lin Yuzhen's expression turned cold. She flashed and blocked in front of him with her sword. Did I allow you to go over? Prince Qi, you, Venerable Bai Xing was furious. He couldn't control his anger, but he didn't dare to move because of Prince Qi's strength. Prince Qi, are you sure you want to protect this person? The leader of the 5 venerables, a middle-aged man in green, walked forward and asked. I've already said that this is a peaceful place for Buddhists. I won't tolerate your impudence, Lin Yuzhen said indifferently. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. He glanced at the plain-clothed young man in front of him and snorted coldly. The 9th son of Mo Gate, I don't believe Prince Qi can protect you forever. Let's go. With that, the middle-aged man smashed a huge rock in the distance and turned to walk out of the sacred land. The other 4 venerables coldly glanced at the person in front of them, then turned and followed. After the 5 venerables left, Lin Yuzhen put away her phoenix cry sword. The lightning in the sky dissipated, and the sword returned to its sheath. Miss Lin. Ning Chen said. He thought for a moment and changed his words. Prince Qi, thank you for your help. You're welcome. Lin Yuzhen shook her head and said, 10 years ago, I rashly attacked you. It was really rude of me. Today, I'll repay my mistake. Ning Chen flipped his right hand, and a small green boat appeared. He handed it forward and said, This heavenly boat is useless to me. I'll give it to Prince Qi today. Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. 30,000 celestial jade was given away just like that. This 9th son of Mo Gate was really different. Since Brother Ning is so generous, I won't be polite. This heavenly boat is indeed very useful to me. Lin Yuzhen waved her hand and took the heavenly boat from Ning Chen. She said seriously, Brother Ning, where are you going? I'll send you there. Those people won't let it go. I know Brother Ning doesn't mind. However, it's better to avoid trouble, isn't it? Ning Chen was silent for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Thank you, Prince Qi." The two of them bid farewell to the three Buddha lords and flew out of the Buddhist kingdom together. "Did you see the origin of this person?" Heavenly Buddha Lord asked after the two of them left. Human Buddha Lord and Earth Buddha Lord shook their heads and said, "He had a supreme treasure on him that hid his aura. We only saw what he wanted us to see." Netherworld King's Pure Land, Eastern Region Divine Prefecture, Great Xia Jiming Marquis, Heavenly Buddha Lord said slowly. Human Buddha Lord and Earth Buddha Lord were shocked. People from Netherworld King's Pure Land? How could it be? Could it be that the Netherworld King's boundary had been opened? Chapter 787. In the vast starry sky, the heavenly ship passed by in a flash, merging into the void. On the heavenly ship, a young man in plain clothes stood there, looking at the stars falling behind him. He didn't say a word for several days. Inside the heavenly ship, Concubine Yun was puzzled. "Your Highness, what is it about this blockhead that you value so much?" Lin Yuzhen glanced at the figure in plain clothes. "What kind of person do you think is worthy of this king's attention?" Concubine Yun was startled. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I can't say. But aside from his strength, he doesn't have any other strong points. With your Highness's status, there are countless experts willing to serve you. Why offend the star venerables of the various regions for him? Offend them?" Lin Yuzhen smiled indifferently. "They don't have that qualification. You think too highly of them, and you think too lightly of this young Master Ning. Concubine Yun, do you know how many extreme Dao martial artists there are in this world?" Concubine Yun shook her head. "I don't know. No more than 10. Lin Yuzhen calmly said, "In the extreme Dao, every step forward is as difficult as ascending the heavens. Without a cultivation method, there is no way to pass it down. Because the extreme Dao is one's own Dao, the extreme Dao is called the extreme." Concubine Yun was shocked. "Your Highness, are you saying that Mo Gate's ninth son is an extreme Dao martial artist? Otherwise, how do you think a crippled person could take 3 of this king's moves without being at a disadvantage?" Lin Yuzhen indifferently said. Concubine Yun suppressed her shock and looked ashamed. "I was too short-sighted." Lin Yuzhen raised her hand. "It's not your fault. After all, there are very few extreme Dao martial artists in this world. It's not strange that you couldn't see through him. But aside from that, there is something else on him that is the true reason this king is willing to help." Concubine Yun looked over at the figure in plain clothes not far away. "Your Highness, please tell me." "Love." Lin Yuzhen slowly said, "Do you still remember that woman from 10 years ago?" "I remember." Yun Ji nodded. Lin Yuzhen sighed softly and said, "That girl's martial arts talent is actually very extraordinary, but she was willing to give up immortality. This king doesn't know the reason, but it is nothing more than love." At that time, this king told this young Master Ning about the Buddhist kingdom to test him. Now, I can be sure that this person is not a heartless person. That girl didn't misjudge him. A person who did not believe in an afterlife was willing to travel thousands of miles to the Buddhist kingdom to beg for forgiveness. This was not something that everyone could do. Extreme martial artists were extremely prideful people. They were willing to put down their pride and beg for an afterlife that they did not believe in. It could be seen how important that woman was to him. "Your Highness, does the afterlife really not exist?" Yun Ji asked seriously. Lin Yuzhen shook her head and said, "When you also pry into the secrets of the true realm, you will know how illusory the afterlife is." As the two of them spoke, the starfield fog appeared up ahead. The unique characteristics of the Red Luan starfield were clearly visible in the vast starry sky. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the two people in the cabin. He said, "Your Highness, Miss Yun, we've arrived at the Red Luan starfield. I can walk the rest of the way myself." "Many thanks." Lin Yuzhen stood up and walked out of the cabin. Looking at the white fog, she narrowed her eyes. Since that's the case, this king won't be sending you off. See you later. See you later. Ning Chen responded and stepped out. He turned into a white light and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the white light disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind. What a fast movement technique, said Yunji in shock. That wasn't a movement technique. That was his sword. Lin Yuzhen said, or perhaps that was his Dao. One day, if you are lucky enough to see him use his full strength, you will understand just how shocking a true extreme Dao sword is. Your Highness's sword is not a match. Asked Yunji in shock. In terms of martial prowess, this king fears no one. But in terms of the sword, this king is not even 1 in 10, said Lin Yuzhen calmly. 100 days later, in the Red Luan starfield, a boat drifted in the Red Luan starfield's Mi River. A white-clothed figure walked into the boat and didn't leave for countless days and nights. After drifting for dozens of years, the boat seemed to be unable to find a ferry. No matter how much wind or rain there was no movement at all. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years. Day after day, year after year, the Mi River gradually became barren. Most of the people who had come to the river had grown old. At some point, only Lingji remained. Mister, I also have to leave. Please take care of yourself. The young girl from before had now grown into a slender and elegant woman. She respectfully bowed in the direction of the boat. After waiting for a long time without any movement, her eyes dimmed and she turned to leave. Just at this moment, a white-clothed figure walked out of the boat. His long black hair was dotted with snow-white dots. It was abnormally eye-catching. Lingji was startled. Looking at his white hair, she couldn't help covering her mouth, tears flowing out of her eyes. Ning Chen waved his hand, and a ray of light flew out and landed in front of her. Don't let yourself suffer outside. Here are 20,000 immortal jades. Take them with you in case you need them, said Ning Chen. Mister, your hair, said Lingji tearfully. It's fine. Let's go. It's getting late, said Ning Chen calmly. Lingji wiped away her tears and knelt down, respectfully kowtowing. After kneeling, she stood up and put away the immortal jades. Suppressing her reluctance, she turned and left. After Lingji left, the Mi River became calm once more. The white-clothed figure once more walked into the boat as if she had never left. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. On the banks of the Mi River, flower buds grew on the undying immortality peach tree. They were as white as snow, and on the night they bloomed, all the withered trees within 1,000 miles came back to life. On the boat, Ning Chen sighed softly. He couldn't hide it anymore. On this night, on different life planets in the Red Phoenix star field, many old people who had been sleeping for a long time opened their eyes and looked at the distant Mi River. Their eyes shone brightly. What a powerful life force. In an instant, several people walked out of seclusion. Terrifying auras lingered around them. None of them were below the true realm. These old monsters who had lived for countless years were awakened by the life force of the undying immortality peach tree. They all came out of seclusion. In the bright room of the Dawn Moon restaurant in Jinsei City, the Dawn Moon restaurant's master, who was trimming the flowers, looked into the distance with a grave expression. This is troublesome. On the Red Phoenix star, in the Red Phoenix King realm, an unprecedentedly terrifying aura woke up and walked out of the God realm. First Ancestor. The Red Phoenix realm's king, princess, consort, and several ancestors of the Red Phoenix realm bowed respectfully to welcome the First Ancestor. Red Phoenix, come with me, said the First Ancestor of the Red Phoenix realm. Yes. Princess Hongluan bowed. Soon, 2 people flew out of the King realm and rushed toward the direction of the Divine Tree's aura. After a night of shocking changes, the world was once again in conflict. Countless strong people moved out to see the birth of a rare treasure. On the tranquil river, the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake was still quiet, as if nothing had happened. 100 days later, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Wind and thunder rose in the sky. Many extremely powerful auras descended from the sky. 2 old monsters, who were surrounded by the aura of death, stood in the air. They looked haggard and had 1 foot in a coffin. Their aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. A group of strong people appeared and landed on the shore of the tranquil river. The 2 old monsters of the true realm looked at the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake with grave expressions. Attack! With an order, iron chains extended out and locked onto the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake. The iron chains hooked onto the boat and pulled it toward the shore. In the pleasure boat, the white-clothed person looked at the sword and saber on the table, which hadn't been unsheathed for a long time. She sighed inwardly. After 30 years, she picked up the sword and saber again. In the next moment, the iron chains that hooked onto the pleasure boat broke apart and scattered. Since you forced me to this point, I can only accompany you. As she spoke, Nian Qing was unsheathed. Silver light filled the eyes. The blade that instantly sealed their throats was too fast for the eyes to take in. Before they could see the saber clearly, before they could see the person clearly, the saber passed by. Vermilion blood spurted out. The 2 old monsters of the true realm were shocked. When they turned around, they saw that the 10 subordinates behind them had all been beheaded. No one will disturb us now. Please. Ning Chen clenched his left hand and released his astral soul. Immediately, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared and the stars in the sky swayed. The white-clothed person's body moved like lightning. His sword was like a graceful swan. The terrifying sword aura shook people's hearts. The 2 old monsters of the true realm received the sword. With a bang, the sky was filled with sword light. An unparalleled sword aura broke through the barrier of true yuan and forced the 2 back. How is this possible? The 2 old monsters of the true realm retreated several steps. Their faces were filled with disbelief. You've been asleep for too long and have already forgotten how to fight. While speaking, the ground beneath Ning Chen shook violently. A broken ancient sword rose up. In an instant, the earth energy within 10,000 miles of Mishui River gathered and sealed the entire battlefield. Immortal trapping sword. The 2 old monsters' pupils shrank as they exclaimed. Don't worry, I don't need this sword to deal with you. Then, the white-clothed person moved again. With a saber and sword in hand, his body moved like lightning. Knowing that they had miscalculated, the 2 old monsters of the true realm immediately gathered their thoughts and used their full strength to fight the person in front of them. The saber and sword shook the 2 old monsters. Under the setting sun, the saber and sword created streaks of deathly splendor. It was immeasurable. The 2 old monsters of the true realm didn't dare to be careless. They split their attention to immortal trapping sword not far away while working together to deal with the might of the ultimate martial. On the other side of the battlefield, the red light on immortal trapping sword became more and more dazzling, making the 2 old monsters of the true realm more and more wary. You go get that sword. Leave this person to me, said one of the old monsters. Be careful. The other person's figure flashed and flew toward immortal trapping sword. Ugh! Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded. The old monster who went to snatch the sword immediately turned back, only to see that in the battle behind him, a broken stone sword silently passed by without any warning, directly piercing into the heart of the cyan-robed old monster. This is immortal slaying. Before he could finish speaking, the old monster's figure collapsed. Even in death, he couldn't close his eyes. Sorry, I said I wouldn't use immortal trapping sword, but I never said I wouldn't use immortal slaying sword. Ning Chen waved his hand and took immortal slaying sword. He looked at the figure not far away and said coldly. Chapter 788 Blood chi filled the air. Immortal execution appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the old man's heart, instantly destroying his vitality. Now, you're the only one left. Come. Ning Chen waved his hand and immortal execution flew over. Baleful chi surged, sharp and bone-piercing. Bai Yi moved, her astral soul was as fast as lightning. Immortal execution was as heavy as a mountain. The two swords moved at the same time, causing the wind and clouds to change. The old man in purple was shocked. He retreated again and again. Since he woke up, this was the first time he felt so close to death. The sword and palm collided. Not far away, immortal trapping sword's red light became even brighter. Borrowing the power of the earth, it sealed the battle. After more than 10 moves, the battle became more and more intense. Immortal execution's power was unparalleled in the world. Even those in the true realm didn't dare to be distracted. Sword art, extreme heaven. Extreme heaven appeared. Immortal execution's baleful chi soared into the sky. Boundless power pierced through heaven and earth, shocking the world. Seeing this, the old man in purple's expression changed slightly. He condensed his chi and focused on dealing with the incoming attack. Suddenly, a change occurred. A red sword light streaked across, piercing through the old man's chest. How can this be? The old man in purple staggered. Before he could react, Bai Yi flashed and immortal execution appeared, piercing through his body. Sorry, I lied when I said I wouldn't use immortal trapping sword. Ning Chen said coldly and pulled out his immortal sword. Instantly, blood splattered like rain. The old man fell to the ground, his blood dyeing the earth red. A hero of a generation died with grievances. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Ning Chen waved his astral soul. Rumbling sounds echoed and the earth split open, swallowing all the corpses. After a while, the cracks closed and the riverside returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The sun set and Ning Chen looked at the afterglow in the west. His eyes were getting more and more tired. Soon. Behind him, immortal trapping sword's brilliance retracted and sank into the earth, disappearing. On the divine tree, white peach blossoms bloomed, beautiful and dazzling. Around the divine tree, the aura of time flowed, even the space was distorted. After a while, Bai Yi's figure disappeared from the riverside and returned to the boat. Inside the pleasure boat, a small lamp flickered. Ning Chen put down his sword and blade, and with a wave of his hand, an ancient and mottled zither appeared. It was the divine zither Yama King, the inherited divine weapon of the white tiger deity. After countless years, the body and strings of the zither had been damaged. Before the opening of the ancient battlefield, the waning moon house's master helped to repair the divine zither. During the battle on the ancient battlefield, the king of Hell's Tune, the judgment of 3 knights, severely injured the star venerables of various domains. This was a true weapon of slaughter. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it should not appear in the world. Ning Chen wiped the body of the zither. The sharp strings cut his fingers, and drops of blood dripped down, silently seeping into the zither. Outside the boat, a cold wind blew past, causing ripples on the surface of the lake. The pleasure boat also drifted along with it. The trees wanted to be still, but the wind did not stop. It was unknown when the storm in Jianghu would end. Night fell, and the bright moon illuminated the 9 prefectures. On the pleasure boat, the sound of zither rang out. It was peaceful and tranquil, standing aloof from worldly affairs. Suddenly, hundreds of black shadows descended from the sky. Their auras were so powerful that they covered the moonlight. This is the place. Among the hundreds of black figures, there were 3 exceptionally powerful auras that far surpassed the others. They were extremely eye-catching. The strong cultivators had come again to seize the treasure. Their killing intent covered the sky and the moon, making people's hearts palpitate. In the pleasure boat, the peaceful sound of zither changed, and in an instant, the Yama King played, and the yellow springs opened the way. The sound spread out, and the killing intent exploded. The formless sound waves attacked people's minds. Before the black figures could react, their bodies exploded one by one, and blood fell like rain. Kill! Among the many black figures, 3 people rushed out, and their scimitars were like crescent moons, slashing toward the pleasure boat in the lake. Ding! The Yama King moved, and the world stilled. After a moment, a terrifying killing intent spread out, and the Mi-Shui River trembled. Ugh! The 3 figures all flew out dozens of feet, and they staggered while vomiting blood. Retreat! In an instant, the black figures that filled the sky were all killed. The 3 people's expressions sank, and they no longer lingered on the battle. They quickly rushed out of the battlefield. You can't retreat. A calm voice came out from the pleasure boat. Above the Mi-Shui River, a red light rose, sealing the battle. The zither sounded again, and the world shook. A powerful killing intent surged. The 3 tried to block, but the sound was formless and unstoppable. Blood filled the sky. The sound entered their bodies, and the 3 figures exploded. Blood and bones flew everywhere. The battle was over, and the zither music stopped. The lake surged, swallowing up the blood and bones, and gradually returning to normal. The moon set and the sun rose. Time passed. The riverside was no longer an undisturbed pure land. Wave after wave of powerhouses spying on the treasures of heaven and earth arrived. However, without exception, all of them were buried here. At some point, the Mi-Shui River's water had turned red. It was so glaring that no one dared to approach. Rumors about the Mi-Shui River also quickly spread. One spread to 2, 2 to 3, and the entire world knew about it. The Mi-Shui River had a treasure that could allow people to live forever. However, this treasure was guarded by a monster, and anyone who approached would only die. Rumors could never be completely trusted. But no matter what, the terrifying rumors stopped many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. After another 20 years, the Mi-Shui River had become a land of death. The blood-red water made it difficult for any living thing to survive. No one dared to approach it anymore. During these 20 years, countless experts had died here. No matter how many people came, none of them survived. The floating pleasure boat on the lake was as calm as before. The white-robed figure on the boat had almost all his black hair turned white. He did not have much lifespan left. Whether it was day or night, the deathly still Mi-Shui River was abnormally cold. The yin energy of countless cultivators lingered, causing chilly winds to howl and destroy the surrounding vegetation. After 20 years of killing, it was rare to find peace. It was as if the old monsters of the Red Phoenix star field had forgotten about the boundless life origin energy that had appeared out of nowhere and did not come. The snow-white peach blossoms on the undying immortality peach tree by the Mi-Shui River had already fallen. An azure divine fruit had grown at the center of the divine tree. Boundless life energy was faintly discernible. Even though the time and Yellow Springs divine restrictions blocked it, one could still feel its incomparably powerful life energy. 10 years later, the life energy of the divine tree's fruit became even stronger. The white-robed figure appeared on the riverbank. He stood under the divine tree silently. His white hair was no longer black, and it gently fluttered in the cold wind. 100 years had passed, and the undying immortality peach tree's fruit was also close to ripening. No fear of death could be seen in Ning Chen's eyes. Instead, there was a trace of exhaustion and relief. M.O. Gates' 9th son. It is indeed you. Just at this moment, light gathered in the sky, and many figures walked out. Each of them was at least half a step into the true realm. The 6 at the front were all above the true realm. This was a shocking lineup, and a shocking pressure swept out in all directions. The clouds in the sky changed, and the bright moon lost its color. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ning Chen looked at the sky from before the divine tree and said indifferently. Shameless boasting. First Ancestor Hong Wuan walked forward and coldly said to the white-robed figure below. An exceptionally beautiful woman walked out from behind First Ancestor Hong Wuan. She was wearing a wide dress, and the hatred in her eyes was difficult to conceal. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. The beginning of deceit would end with deceit. Everything was false. However, once you fell in love, you had to taste the bitter consequences. Hong Wuan, retreat to the side. Ancestor Hong Wuan calmly instructed. Soon after, her figure descended, arriving on the ground. The other 5 venerables also descended and stood on one side. Their auras gradually rose. In the sky, the 12 half-step true realm experts were surrounded by golden chains, forming an inescapable net that sealed the space within 100 miles. Once I deal with you, it should be over, right? Ning Chen glanced at the gradually ripening fruit on the divine tree and waved his right hand. A blood-red sword flew out from the boat at the center of the lake. The instant it entered his hand, the stars in the sky flickered, and starlight fell on the world. His astral soul appeared, and Zhu Immortal also appeared. Baleful aura pervaded the entire battlefield. Venerables, please enlighten me. With the appearance of 2 swords, the battle began. 7 figures moved at the same time. Sabers, swords, palms, and halberds shook, shaking the sky and shaking the earth. There was a loud explosion, and the waves were 10,000 zhang high. 6 against 1, terrifying shockwaves violently surged, shaking the world. True Realm, Ultimate Martial, a martial art that transcended the limits. It didn't matter if they won or lost, only life and death. The white-robed white-haired knowing destiny held 2 swords in his hands. He had been crippled for nearly 100 years, but his sword intent was even stronger than before. Every move of his unfathomable sword was simple yet shocking. 6 true realm experts, 2 mid-true realm experts, and 4 early true realm experts. This was an invincible lineup, but under the brilliance of the sword, every move was unable to surpass the heavens. After 100 moves, the 6 venerables couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. This kid's strength was so terrifying. In the sky, Queen Hongluan looked at the battle below. The more intense the battle was, the more hatred in her heart increased. Everyone, be careful. This kid still has an immortal sword that he hasn't used yet. After a long battle, First Ancestor Hongluan's expression became more solemn. If immortal trapping didn't use it, it meant that this kid still had some strength left. She couldn't be careless. Sword art, nothingness. The star soul sword spun, and the starlight devoured the incoming palm energy. Bai Yi's figure disappeared, and the immortal slaying sword slashed out, dazzling the eyes. Sword art, heavenly sword. The heavenly sword appeared, and the vast sea sword split the sky. In an instant, there was only one sword in the world, stunning the world. The 3 venerables blocked the attack, and their auras surged as they blocked the heavenly sword. With a loud explosion, the sky and earth were separated. The heavenly sword shattered, and the 3 venerables took a step back at the same time. In the aftermath, Bai Yi walked out. Her body was abnormally dazzling with red light, and the earth rumbled. The earth chi within 10,000 li was absorbed into the sword in her left hand. Immortal trapping appeared, and the battle reached its peak. Everyone, you've come from afar. How can I not show you the power of my immortal sword? As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yi moved. Her figure was like an illusion. 3 swords, 3 sword bodies. Red, black, and white. The person and the sword were as fast as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. The 6 venerables' expression became serious, and they used all their strength to block the attack. The heavy palm collided with the fast sword, and the divine halberd blocked 10,000 caddies. With a violent tremor, dust waves rose from 3 directions. The aftershock shook the surroundings. The earth chi within 10,000 li was strengthened, and the immortal slaying sword's sharpness increased its momentum. One sword broke the divine halberd, and the sword's momentum fell, and one sword slashed the true realm. Blood spurted out, reaching a height of several zhang, and merged into the blood-red lake, making the cold lake even redder. Blood flowed out from Ji Ming's right hand, and he suffered a backlash. His immortal sword was dyed red. Chapter 789. By the riverside, the 6 venerables were in a killing formation. Knowing Destiny had white hair. Holding his sword, he was invincible. Fairy slaying and fairy trapping were used at the same time. With the support of the chi of earth, one sword slashed the realm of truth and dyed the night sky red. The 5 venerables were shocked. Before they could react, the sword light came again. One of them was stunned and his arm was severely injured. Don't be careless. The first venerables of Hongwuan warned. The other 4 venerables immediately calmed down and recovered from their shock. They focused on the battle. In the battle, the white-haired figure in plain clothes waved his 2 swords, slashing, stabbing, and dragging. Every move was not sloppy at all. From the beginning to the end, his expression was calm and there was no change in his emotions. He was like a battle machine, terrifyingly calm. In a lifetime of 100 years, countless battles of life and death had created the knowing Destiny today. He was absolutely calm and emotionless. Fairy slaying slashed with unparalleled sharpness. Fairy trapping fell like the sky. When the sword light arrived, the first venerables of Hongwuan received it. With a violent tremor, his body slid several feet away. Sword technique, 3 lights shine at the same time. The white-haired figure moved again. His white hair danced in the wind. His body split into 3 parts. His sword was supreme. The sword danced in spring and autumn. 3 sword lights surged out. They were dazzling. As the sword lights passed, the void split into 3 parts. The entire night sky was illuminated by the shocking sword lights as if it was daytime. The sword of 100 years, the only one in the world. The 3 venerables received the sword. The terrifying sword light pierced through their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere. Groans were heard. The 3 venerables retreated more than 10 steps. Their bodies were dyed red. The 3 venerables retreated. Not far away, another venerable's palm had arrived. His palm landed on the body of the knowing Destiny cultivator. Blood dripped down silently. Ning Chen's protective sword will blocked most of the palm power and protected the vital parts of his body. As the battle reached its climax, the 5 venerables' expressions were unusually heavy. Although they had expected this battle to be difficult, they did not expect it to be so difficult. 1 dead and 4 heavily injured. They had paid an unacceptable price in exchange for the 9th disciple of Mahist sect being injured. This situation was unexpected. In the center of the battle, the white-haired figure stood quietly. Her white hair danced. Her face was the same as it was 100 years ago, but with more hardships. Descent of the 6 Tao, myriad demonic tribulations. After a moment of stillness, in the center of the battlefield, Ning Chen's immortal execution swept across. Baleful aura filled the air. Trapping immortal left his hand and coiled around his body. Red light soared into the 4 seas. Supreme forbidden sword. He took a step forward and soared into the 9 heavens. His sword light soared into the clouds, and a terrifying aura surged. Stop him. The expression of the Hongwuan ancestor changed. This move was the move to open the ancient battlefield. She absolutely couldn't allow Qin Wentian to succeed. The other 4 venerated beings also heard about it. Their figures flew out quickly and went straight into the sky to block the former's attack. Above the 9 heavens, Ning Chen looked at the 5 supremes who were closing in on him. The corners of his lips curled up into a cold smile. It seemed that the sword in the ancient battlefield had left a deep impression on the world. Nirvana. Suddenly, the power of the sword intent that filled the sky changed, and the accumulated power ended in an instant. Countless sword lights crisscrossed, and it was incomparably magnificent. The swords of Nirvana rained down endlessly from the sky, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. The five venerables' expressions changed. It was already too late for them to counterattack. They used all of their strength to protect their vitals as they forcefully withstood the sword light that filled the sky. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The five venerated beings crashed onto the ground. Sword chi filled the air. Ning Chen's figure slowly descended. Looking at the heavily injured venerated beings, he didn't say anything and walked forward step by step. The venerated beings of the true realm stood up one by one. Before they could react, Bai Yi swept past them. Immortal execution took their lives, and blood splashed everywhere. Foreheads flew into the air. A beautiful figure appeared in front of the Hong One ancestor and used her body to block the sword that would take their lives. Immortal execution stopped an inch away from the throat. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him. His eyes were calm, and there wasn't the slightest ripple. Princess Hong Wan's eyes reflected the white-haired figure in front of her. It was so familiar, yet so unfamiliar. She didn't know why, but tears fell from her eyes. They were filled with hatred and heartache. He was stronger than before. He was so strong that even the first ancestor lost to him. However, his life was about to come to an end. Looking at the tears falling from the woman's eyes, Ning Chen put down the sword in his hand and said calmly, "Leave before I change my mind." Princess Hong Wan suppressed the sadness in her heart. She supported the heavily injured first ancestor and left. In the air, the 12 half-step true realm experts put away the golden chains and left together. After the enemies left, Ning Chen stood on the riverbank. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. Finally, it was all over. Immortal execution and immortal entrapment stabbed into the ground. The blood on the swords gradually dried up in the wind. 100 years, a long 100 years. He was tired of walking and killing. If there was an afterlife, he would rather be ordinary. Within the time restriction, the god tree swayed. The green fruit gradually shone with a golden light. It was getting closer and closer to ripening. For the next 3 years, the figure on the riverbank didn't move a single step. He silently stood under the tree, waiting for the fruit to ripen. After 100 years, the golden era officially arrived. Geniuses of the various domains emerged one after another. Geniuses continuously entered the corporeal realm, and some even entered the true realm. In the Dawn Moon Tavern, the Dawn Moon Tavern master, who hadn't come out for 100 years, gradually became calmer and calmer. Gradually, she completely restrained her aura, but her true cultivation became more and more terrifying and unpredictable. On the Shinji Peak, Shinji stood on the peak all day long, watching the changes in the world. He also didn't leave half a step. In the red Phoenix Star Zone, in the endless white mist, the river of stars shone brightly. Within the river of stars, a huge black whirlpool spun. 100 years ago, the Queen Mother of the West used the final power of the Wang hairpin to bury her. The terrifying aura became clearer and clearer, making people shudder. Suddenly, in the depths of the star zone, a celestial sound was heard. 3 dragon corpses pulled a celestial palanquin and quickly left. No one knew where they came from or where they went. Divine treasures kept appearing in the various star zones. The remains of the ancient era gradually appeared in the human world. Battles broke out frequently. The chaotic world would never be peaceful again. While the world was in chaos, the riverbank of Mishui was still terrifyingly calm. Apart from the sound of the cold wind, no other sounds could be heard. After the last battle, no one came to the riverbank of Mishui anymore. The knowing destiny with two deity swords in hand and the support of 10,000 miles of earth chi turned Mi Shui completely into a forbidden area. 100 years had passed. The knowing destiny had reached the end of his lifespan. He looked at the divine tree in front of him with exhausted eyes. He struggled to support his body that was on the verge of collapse, waiting for the fruit to ripen. Outside the riverbank of Mi Shui, spring came again. Everything was recovering. Under the tree, the knowing destiny's eyes suddenly lit up. On the divine tree, the immortal peach of immortality's last trace of green faded. Golden light rose and red light shone. A powerful vitality that shook the world erupted. The two divine prohibitions around it dissipated instantly. When the immortal peach of immortality ripened, the aura of vitality spread. The dead Mi Shui river was instantly purified. The withered trees came back to life. The vermilion of the lake faded and returned to its original state. The 9 heavens sensed the appearance of an item that could change fate and turn life and death. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts filled the sky. With a low roar, the wrath of the heavens came down. Get lost! Under the tree, the knowing destiny who had been silent for countless days and nights shouted angrily. He waved his sword, splitting the sky. Chapter 790. At the bank of the Mi River, the peach of immortality had ripened. The clouds in the 9 heavens changed, and thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, wanting to destroy this heaven-defying item. Thousands of lightning bolts fell, and knowing destiny was enraged. He slashed with his sword, and the lightning bolts in the sky were scattered. The trapping immortal flew up into the sky, and rays of red light spread out, forming a barrier between heaven and earth. The lightning bolts rumbled, and kept hitting the immortal sword. It was difficult to pass the barrier. Below, Ning Chen walked to the divine tree step by step, looking at the ripened fruits. After a while, he waved his right hand and took the peach of immortality. At this moment, above the void in the distance, the void rolled, and the old monsters who had been waiting for many years appeared. They were all shocked and they saw the peach of immortality in Ning Chen's hand. The immortal divine medicine. Ning Chen ignored them. He waved his hand, and an ice coffin appeared in the crisscrossing sword light. Inside the coffin, the woman who had been sleeping for 100 years seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Stop him. Seeing this, the old monsters immediately realized what Ning Chen was going to do. Their expressions changed, and they all rushed forward. Dozens of figures of the virtual realm, corporeal realm, and even the true realm, each more powerful than the last. They were old monsters who had been sleeping for countless years, just waiting for the opportunity to live forever. Now that they had appeared, they rushed over recklessly. Ning Chen ignored them, and walked to the ice coffin with the fruit of the immortal divine tree. He opened the coffin with one palm, and the sword intent around him kept gathering, urging the power of the divine medicine to pour into the body of the woman in the ice coffin. Boom! The heavens were enraged by this heaven-defying action. The dark clouds in the sky turned blood red, and red lightning bolts fell from the sky, hitting the trapping immortal sword. The immortal sword shook, and even with the support of the earth chi, it showed signs of collapsing. Outside the milky water river, the figures of the old monsters flashed past and rushed forward. All of a sudden, from the ground, strange rays of light rose up. The yellow spring seal was activated, completely sealing off the area around the Mi Shui River. Break it! Without hesitation, the old monsters channeled their true origin to the limit, and attacked the yellow spring forbidden ground together. The majestic power hit the divine forbidden ground, and in an earth-shattering tremor, the yellow spring shook, and the seals shattered, showing signs of collapse. In the instant that the yellow springs were about to disperse, space-time began to twist and distort. Time appeared, instantly devouring the shockwaves of the collision. Two great divine restrictions appeared at the same time, blocking the attacks of the supreme beings. Heaven and earth rumbled, immortal swords rose and fell, resisting the fury of the heavens. Under the flat peach tree, it was peaceful. The white-haired man used his sword will to refine the power of the immortal divine herb, and slowly infused it into the body of the woman in the coffin. After a few breaths of time, the divine herb in Ning Chen's hand dissipated bit by bit and completely merged with the ghost woman's body. Ning Chen, who had exhausted a great deal of his strength and whose lifespan had completely dried up, staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ice coffin red. After a brief moment of silence, a sudden change occurred. The bloody ice coffin exploded, and the figure of a ghost girl in a bright red wedding dress floated out. The aura around her continued to rise, becoming more and more terrifying. 9,000 years had been condensed into one body. At this moment, strange ghostly cries rang out between heaven and earth. The cries were solemn, stirring, and shocking. The void trembled as ghostly energy filled the air. Soldiers and ghostly generals appeared in the sky, numbering in the millions. They were illusory yet real. It was a shocking sight. "Welcome, Yama King! Welcome, Yama King!" Millions of soldiers knelt down to welcome the master of the underworld. The ancient phenomenon reappeared in the world, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Everyone present was shocked. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, crimson lightning fell crazily, colliding with the immortal sword again and again. Even the powerful trapping immortal couldn't withstand it. In the next moment, the clouds in the 9 heavens changed again. A golden brilliance appeared in the huge blood-red vortex, and the power of the crimson lightning multiplied. It shook off the immortal sword and descended to the world. In an instant, a figure in white flashed past, and with the last of her strength, she blocked the crimson lightning above the woman in the bright red wedding dress. A pool of blood splashed in the void. Ji Ming staggered, and blood kept dripping from his body. His broken body couldn't withstand it anymore, and it scattered bit by bit. In the distance, Qin Ning, who had rushed over, trembled violently. She covered her mouth, and tears fell from her eyes. "Master!" At this moment, an anxious voice rang out. Her returned, and seeing the scene in front of her, she quickly rushed forward. "Don't go over." Qin Ning grabbed the former and shook her head with tears on her face. This was his last wish, and they couldn't drag him down anymore. On the Mi River, thunder rumbled and ghosts sang. The ghost girl in the bright red wedding dress floated above the void, and the aura around her kept rising. Millions of soldiers appeared and knelt on the ground. The ancient phenomenon appeared for the first time in the world. The Yama King of the underworld, who was in charge of life and death, shocked the world. In the next moment, the ghost girl's eyelids moved slightly, and her bright red wedding dress instantly turned into white armor. A terrifying aura swept out rapidly. Did it succeed? In the distance, Qin Ning looked at the figure standing in the void and murmured. The appearance of the Yama King shocked the world, and the ghosts sang even more deafening. The ghost chi in the air could be seen for thousands of miles. "Welcome, Yama King! Welcome, Yama King!" No one knew if it was real or a reflection of the ancient times, but millions of soldiers kowtowed, welcoming the return of the Yama King. Life and death were about to be reversed. At the most critical moment, in the 9 heavens, day and night suddenly reversed. The sun and the moon were in the sky, and the pure heavenly light fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers in the sky disappeared quickly, and the aura around the ghost girl showed signs of fading. Not far away, knowing Destiny, whose body was about to fall apart, saw this and shouted. His sword intent went beyond his physical body, and the spirit of the 3 souls left his body. The sword light lingered, protecting the soul that had left his body for a short time. Out of the body, Ning Chen was no longer restricted. The light around his body shook, and the sword intent rose endlessly. The last of his strength turned into a sword that covered the sky, blocking the world. With a loud bang, the heavenly light burned and the sword light flashed. The godlike figure blocked the heavenly punishment with his body and protected the ghost girl. If there is an afterlife, you will be the king and I will be the subject. In the distant ancient times, the voice seemed to echo in his memory. Ji Ming's eyes gradually became clearer, and his aura rose to the peak of his life. Boom! The sound shook the world. At the top of the 9 heavens, the sun and the moon were in the sky. 4 ancient modeled celestial swords appeared, and the terrifying power shook the world. The imprint of the ancient times, the 4 fairy slaying swords, reappeared in the world. The sword of destruction, engraved in the world, turned into a heavenly punishment and fell from the sky. The pressure was unprecedented, and the void collapsed. It was difficult to bear the power of destruction. Above the void, the venerables couldn't retreat in time. Waterfalls of blood exploded, and blood and bones scattered between heaven and earth. The 4 celestial swords arrived, destroying the world, and slashing toward the ghost girl in the void. Those who defied the heavens were not tolerated by the heavens, and must be eliminated. The moment a hero steps on the battlefield, he is ready to lose everything. I, Ji Ming, have already lost everything, but this moment is the proof of my heroism. With a long shout, 4 sword lights flew around Ji Ming. His natal, astral soul, fairy slaying, and fairy trapping were shining brightly. He and the sword merged together and faced the 4 fairy slaying swords. Chapter 791. Above the Mi River, the sword light soared into the sky. Knowing destiny burned his soul power, and the 4 swords collided with the 4 immortal slaying swords. The swords engraved in heaven and earth destroyed the heaven and earth, and the power of the immemorial celestial sword reappeared. The 8 swords collided with each other. There was a moment of silence, and then there was a scene of destruction. The 4 immortal swords of the immortal slaying swords were shattered. In the aftermath, the 4 swords fell silently and stabbed into the ground. The brilliance of the swords dimmed instantly. Above the immortal slaying sword and immortal trapping sword, the brilliance dimmed. Knowing destiny's sword of life was broken, and his star soul cracked. The 4 swords that had accompanied knowing destiny throughout his life were all heavily damaged. In the sky, knowing destiny's soul power was almost completely burned out. He didn't have time to look back for one last time. The sword will around him dissipated, and his soul dissipated bit by bit. In this life, he had tried his best. Below him, the ghostly woman in white armor slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were empty and cold. At the boundary of life and death, the ghost girl who reversed reincarnation seemed to have her consciousness left in the abyss of death. There was no sign of life in her beautiful eyes. Feeling the change in the sky, the ghost girl raised her head and looked at the disappearing figure in the sky. After a moment of confusion, the figure flashed and came to the end of the sky. The obsession of thousands of reincarnations had already been deeply rooted in the soul. The ghost girl raised her hand, and the majestic life spiritual chi poured into the former's body. Yama, king of the underworld, the god in charge of the world of death, separated the yin and yang with the supreme power, and left knowing destiny's soul in the human world. At this moment, on the pleasure boat in the lake, a strange light shone. Millions of resentful spirits left the heavenly book and soared into the sky. You have been resurrected. It's time for knowing destiny Marquis to return what he promised us. He must die. Within the boundless resentment, twisted faces of hatred appeared and hovered in the sky. The resentment of millions of living beings, undying and indestructible, filled the entire world. Yin spirits. Above the void, the ghost girl's empty eyes looked at the resentment that filled the world. The majesty of the monarch of the world of death burst out, intimidating millions of resentful spirits. Insubordination, imprisonment for 100 years. While speaking, the ghost girl raised her right hand. Ghost chi spread and devoured all the resentful spirits in the sky. Ring ring. At this moment, a silver bell rang at the end of the world. 3 dragon corpses pulled the palanquin and arrived in front of the two in an instant. In the palanquin, a woman in a red wedding dress walked out. She wore a red veil that covered her beautiful face. The same aura, the same pressure, made it difficult for people to distinguish the real from the fake. "Save him," the ghost girl said in a flat tone. The woman in the red wedding dress nodded and took the knowing destiny spiritual body to the front of the immortal divine tree. She flipped her hand and smashed the only immortal divine herb in the world. In an instant, boundless life origin energy overflowed, distorting heaven and earth. After a short while, ghostly flames filled the sky and forcefully merged the undying peach tree's life force with the knowing destiny spiritual body. The ghost flame burned, extreme yin gave birth to yang, and the phoenix origin recovered, crazily devouring the fire essence of heaven and earth. Outside the river, several true realm old monsters who had barely survived the heavenly punishment looked forward, exchanged glances, and charged forward without hesitation. Yen Di. The woman in the red wedding dress clenched her right hand, and a purple-gold divine sword appeared in the red light. The moment it appeared in her hand, a powerful sword pressure swept out. Yen Di moved, and the yellow springs appeared. Several true realm old monsters joined hands to block the attack. With a loud rumble, blood dyed the night sky. Yen Di's cultivation was immeasurable, and the 6 true realm old monsters were at a disadvantage. Without saying anything, the woman in the red wedding dress rushed forward again. Her sword cut open the yellow springs, and 3 heads flew up. Red blood spurted out, blurring everyone's vision. Retreat. The remaining 3 true realm old monsters' expressions changed drastically. They immediately wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The red light arrived, and Yen Di took their lives. Life and death were clear. Broken bodies fell to the ground, and blood dyed the ground red. The slaughter in the dark night was so shocking. In a few breaths, the battle was over. The woman in red waved her hand and put away her sword. She looked back at the ghost girl and said, "Let's go." The ghost girl nodded and walked away. There was no color in her empty eyes. The two walked into the palanquin together, and the 3 dragons started their journey again, pulling the palanquin far away. In a flash, they disappeared into the night. "If there is an afterlife, you will be my subject, and I will be your king." In the darkness, a voice from the ancient times echoed between heaven and earth. The Rakshasa ghost girl, the Yama king of the underworld, and the end of reincarnation, were waiting for the day when they could meet again. By the riverside, the soul of knowing destiny floated in the endless burning ghost flames. The phoenix bathed in the flames and gradually merged with the origin of the immortal tree, preserving a trace of life. Qing Ning walked over and looked at the illusory figure sleeping in the flames. Tears flashed in her eyes. "Master." Yin wiped the tears on her face and cried sadly. Qing Ning rubbed her head and said, "Don't cry. There will be danger here at any time. Let's take your master away first." "Okay." Yin wiped her tears and answered obediently. Qing Ning raised her hand and her whole body was shining. A green lotus appeared and surrounded by the breath of the lotus, protecting the knowing destiny soul in the ghost flame. "Master, can you recover?" Yin sobbed. Qing Ning nodded affirmatively. "Yes." In the inner world, the northern plains was covered in snow. 100 years had passed. In the forbidden space of the heavenly music parlor, the sound of chains shaking could be heard. In front of the sound, the aura of a woman in a white dress kept rising. She shook off the chains on her shoulder blades. Mu Qingxue. The heavenly music parlor master appeared and looked at the woman in front of her. 100 years have passed. You are free. Mu Qingxue walked out and bowed respectfully. Thank you, parlor master. You don't have to thank me. It was a fair trade between us. Follow me. The knowing destiny Marquis is no longer in the inner world. Too many things have happened in the past 100 years. You need to know before you leave, the heavenly music parlor master said calmly. Mu Qingxue nodded and followed her. In the mountain pavilion, the heavenly music parlor master walked over with Mu Qingxue. The disciples of the heavenly music parlor made way for them. Some of the new disciples looked at the woman in white behind the parlor master strangely. Who was this person? Why had they never seen her before? Qing Ying. The heavenly music parlor master looked at the woman in front of the disciples and said. Master. Wu Qingying walked up and bowed respectfully. Tell her what happened in the past 100 years and the situation of the knowing destiny Marquis, the heavenly music parlor master said calmly. Yes. Wu Qingying accepted the order. She looked at the woman in white and sighed. 100 years had passed and she hadn't changed at all. Unfortunately, the knowing destiny Marquis path had come to an end. Mu Qingxue looked at the former's expression and his eyes narrowed. What happened? It's a long story. Wu Qingying sighed. Although I don't know where the knowing destiny Marquis is now, his lifespan has definitely come to an end. Mu Qingxue's body trembled. He said in disbelief, 100 years and he still hasn't become an immortal. How is that possible? Chapter 792. At the Jade Moon Lake, a huge waterfall poured down from the mountain with a deafening rumble. It washed the smooth stone walls over the years. Below, a green lake flowed east with splashes. The scenery of the mortal world was absolutely beautiful. Hundreds of miles of verdant green, quiet and aloof from worldly affairs. It was like an otherworldly paradise, making people feel relaxed and happy. In front of the Jade Moon Lake, a beautiful girl sat on a rock. She kept kicking her fair feet in the water to entertain herself. Come back for dinner. Qin Ning said as she walked out of a small courtyard surrounded by bamboo not far away. Oh. Heard her and jumped up. She ran back to eat. In the bamboo house, Qin Ning served the dishes and put more vegetables in the girl's bowl. She said, push your master out for a walk after dinner. Okay. Nodded obediently. She ate the food in her bowl with all her might. Her cheeks were full. Slow down, no one is fighting with you. Qin Ning wiped the rice grains from the girl's mouth and said softly. Hee hee. Laughed foolishly and continued to eat. On the bed in the house, a white-haired figure in plain clothes lay there quietly. He had slept for 10 years and still had not woken up. Qin Ning walked forward and looked at the sleeping figure on the bed. Her eyes dimmed. It had been 10 years. Why had he not woken up? Qin Ning cut open her right arm. Blood that contained vitality dripped down and entered the former's body silently. Day after day, 10 years passed. Every time a drop of blood fused with the plain-clothed man, his illusory figure would become more solid. After 10 long years, he was almost completely solid. Qin Ning's blood flowed through every inch of the reborn body. The vitality of the immortal tree merged with the blood and turned into flesh and blood. It subtly repaired the broken body of the knowing destiny state. The Yama king of the underworld who controlled death, the immortal tree that reversed life and death, and the origin of the phoenix that could be reborn from fire worked together to protect the life of the knowing destiny state. At the dining table, finished her meal and ran outside to push the wheelchair in. She helped Ning Chen down from the bed and then pushed the wheelchair out of the house. Don't go too far. Don't cause trouble. Qin Ning walked to the front of the house and reminded her worriedly. Got it. Responded and pushed Ning Chen, who was in a wheelchair, out of sight. Qin Ning shook her head helplessly. This girl had been spoiled by Ning Chen. She was already so old, but she was still playful. Outside the Jade Moon Pool, in a small city that was about 100 miles away, pushed Ning Chen into the city, her big eyes filled with excitement. The streets of the city were bustling with noise and excitement. There was an endless stream of people coming and going, and all sorts of things were displayed in stalls along the streets, causing one to be dazzled. "Auntie, I want a stick of candied haws." "All right." When the woman selling candied haws saw the little girl in front of her, her eyes lit up. "What a beautiful girl. Here." The woman took a stick of candied haws and handed it to the former. "Thank you, Auntie." Paid for the candied haws and ate them happily. "Miss, who is he to you? What happened to him?" The woman looked at the white-haired man in the wheelchair and asked. "This is my master. He's sick, so he can't wake up for now. I'm taking him out for a walk." Smiled. "What a pity." A look of regret flashed across the woman's face. This young man didn't look very old, but his hair was already completely white. It could be seen that his illness wasn't a small one. "Auntie, don't worry. My master will definitely wake up." Replied with a smile and continued to push the wheelchair forward. The small city wasn't very big, but it was unexpectedly bustling. On the wheelchair, the white-haired man was sleeping quietly, as if he didn't notice what was happening outside. "Master, wake up quickly. Once you wake up, you won't have to sit in the wheelchair anymore." Ate the candied haws while muttering heartlessly. "Yo, what a pretty girl." After walking for a while, an irritating voice sounded. Raised her head and saw a young man dressed in luxurious clothes walking over. Behind him was a follower. It was obvious that he was a young master from a wealthy family. "Don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble." Kept repeating Qin Ning's advice. She pushed the wheelchair around the two of them, intending to ignore them. "Don't go." The young master took a step forward and blocked her path with a smile. "Don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble." Muttered softly and changed her direction, preparing to leave. "Let's go and have a drink with this young master." Seeing the girl in front of him giving in again and again, the young master felt an unbearable itch in his heart. He reached out to grab her arm and laughed. "Drink your ass." Finally couldn't hold it in anymore and slapped him. With a bang, the young master in front of her was sent flying a few steps away. "I don't want to cause trouble, yet you dare to rebel. You dare to take liberties with a woman from a good family. You must be tired of living." Put her hands on her waist and looked at the young master who was groaning in pain on the ground. "Young master." The young master who was scared silly came back to his senses and quickly ran forward to help the young master up. He asked anxiously, "Young master, are you all right? If you don't want to get beaten up again, get lost. Don't block my way." Since she had already caused trouble, didn't care anymore. She let go of her courage and shouted angrily. "Just you wait." The young master crawled up pathetically and covered his face. He threatened her while retreating out of the crowd in fear. "I'm waiting. The next time I see you, I'll definitely beat you up so badly that even your mother won't recognize you." When she saw the expressions of the people around her, as if they had seen a ghost, she immediately smiled brightly and said, "Uncles, as you can see, I was forced. If there's anything, you have to testify for me." The crowd dispersed. No one wanted to get into trouble. So irresponsible. Seeing this, pouted. She pushed the wheelchair unhappily and continued to walk forward. "Master, wake up quickly. Your cute disciple is about to be bullied." Took a bite of the remaining sugar-coated haws and said incoherently. Not far away, a man who was dressed differently stared at the girl in front of him. A dangerous aura constantly flashed in his eyes. Such a good furnace was really rare in the world. "Why? Have you taken a fancy to that girl?" Beside the man, a woman dressed seductively asked. A good furnace cannot be wasted, the man said gloomily. It's best if we don't act rashly. Before completing the mission the Saintess gave us, we cannot reveal our identities, said the woman. No problem, it's just a girl. I'll leave the man in the wheelchair to you. Although he's a sickly person, it's better than nothing, said the man. The woman thought for a moment and nodded. Although that girl had some cultivation, as long as they did it cleanly, no one would be able to find out. Boss, give me 2 buns. In front of a bun stall, stopped and bought 2 steaming buns. She then ate as she walked. Uncle, cut me a plum blossom cake. In front of a pastry stall, bought a plum blossom cake and then continued to walk around. Aunt, I want a bowl of tofu pudding. For an entire day, walked around the city. Her little mouth did not stop for even a moment. She bought whatever she saw. She walked around for an entire day and ate for an entire day. At dusk, reluctantly looked at the streets that she had not finished walking around. She turned around and walked back the way she came. She definitely had to find a chance to come again. Next time, she would try to get more money from Sister Qing Ning. Outside the city, pushed Ning Chen out. After walking for a short while, she felt that something was off. Turned around and looked around. She coldly said, "Come out. Don't hide anymore. Little girl, you're not simple. You noticed so quickly." A man and woman walked out. The man was gloomy and sinister, while the woman was seductive. Their auras were mixed, and they didn't look like righteous people. "Why are you following me?" asked unhappily. "What an impolite girl. It seems I'll have to properly teach you a lesson," sneered the seductive woman. "Leave this girl to me." "You take away that man," said the man coldly. "Oh, you don't even have him yet. All right, I won't disturb you." The seductive woman's figure flashed, and she reached out to grab the man in the wheelchair. Seeing that, was furious. She stepped in front of the wheelchair and extended her hand to block the woman's palm. With a ping sound, the two's palms collided. Vigorous true yuan exploded, and the charming woman's figure was pushed back a few steps. Her expression became serious. She had underestimated this little girl. "Be careful. She's a tough one," said the woman. "Yes." The man nodded and stamped his foot. He instantly rushed forward and raised his hand to grab Er's shoulder. Er's figure flashed, and a scarlet sword came out of its sheath. She moved, and sword light shot out. Not far away, the seductive woman rushed forward to assist the man. After several exchanges, the shockwaves shook the area. Was worried about Ning Chen behind her, and her attacks were severely restricted. It was difficult for her to gain the upper hand. In the deadlock, the 3 of them constantly crossed each other. Dust and sand flew everywhere, and the ground cracked. Seeing that it was difficult to control the seductive woman looked at the man in the wheelchair in front of her. She thought of something and reminded the man. Her figure flashed and she rushed forward. Sensing the woman's goal, was furious. She changed the direction of her sword and stabbed it toward the woman. "Your opponent is me." The man blocked in front of her. He flipped his palm and blocked the sword light. With a bang, the battle broke apart. Between the 2 of them, the earth rumbled and cracked open. "Let's go." The seductive woman grabbed the man in the wheelchair. She didn't continue fighting and quickly left. "If you want to save him, then come with us." The man sneered and sent out another palm strike. He quickly followed. Was furious. She scattered the palm strike with her sword. Her figure flashed, and she chased after them recklessly. As the sun gradually set, the 3 of them flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In front of the Jade Moon Pool, Qing Ning, who had been waiting for the 2 of them to return, saw that the sky was gradually darkening. The two of them still hadn't replied, and she felt increasingly uneasy. After waiting for a while longer, Qin Ning's mood gradually sank. She didn't wait any longer and rushed in the direction Yin had gone. Not far from the small city, where the three of them were fighting, Qin Ning rushed over. When she saw the empty wheelchair, her pupils shrank. Something had happened. She could vaguely sense the remnant aura. Qin Ning looked to the west. She didn't dare hesitate and immediately chased after them. Chapter 793. The cold night was dotted with stars. Under the moonlight, three figures quickly flew past, disappearing into the night. Behind them, her speed was growing faster and faster, flames of fury surging from her eyes. After chasing for 300 miles, a dilapidated temple appeared in front of them. The two of them rushed in and disappeared. Her chased after them, but as soon as she entered the temple, she felt the world around her change. White mist filled the air, blocking her path. At the same time, a faint light filled the air above the temple. Black arrows fell from the sky, each of them dripping with poison. Her sensed this and raised her red sword. Immediately, red light blossomed and sword chi filled the sky, blocking the black arrows. After the arrow rain, a palm energy tore through the air. It was unknown where it had come from within the white mist. Her waved her sword and scattered the palm energy. She took a step forward. The white mist grew thicker and thicker, and they couldn't find its end. A strange formation had sealed off the exit, making it difficult for them to leave. Within the formation, the seductive woman sneered. This was a formation unique to Gui's sect. As long as it didn't see sunlight, the mist would never disappear. One night was enough for them to exhaust this woman's strength and capture her without a fight. Right at this moment, above the ruined temple, a green lotus bloomed, and a green divine spear pierced through the air. With a loud bang, it dispersed the mist that filled the sky. Corporeal realm. The two of them were startled. Up in the sky, a beautiful green figure descended from the sky. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she approached. The two of them received the attack. With a violent tremor, they were both sent flying. Sister Qin Ning, Master is in their hands. Seeing who it was, her shouted anxiously. Yes. Qin Ning nodded and walked forward step by step. Her expression was icy as she coldly asked, "Where is he?" "Inside." The seductive woman answered in alarm. How could there be a corporeal realm expert here? Who were these people? Watch them. I'll go inside and take a look. Qin Ning frowned as she looked at the dilapidated hall in front of her. She then walked inside. Looked at the two of them cautiously. These two were very cunning. She couldn't let them escape. What do we do? Asked the seductive woman. Let's split up and run before that woman notices us, the man said in a deep voice. After making up their minds, the two of them didn't hesitate any longer. They struck out with their palms at the same time and quickly fled in two different directions. In the blink of an eye, a green light flashed. The heavenly dragon breaks the city pierced through the man with a spear, causing blood to splatter everywhere. On the other side, held her sword horizontally in front of the seductive woman, anger flashing across her pretty face. The woman wanted to resist, but the blue divine spear stopped an inch away from her throat. Where did you hide him? Qin Ning's face grew colder and colder as she asked in a low voice. You will never find him. A trace of madness flashed across the woman's charming face. With a muffled groan, black blood silently flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Qin Ning's expression changed. She took a step forward and tried to save him, but it was too late. To the side, stood there, not daring to breathe loudly. She knew that she had gotten herself into big trouble and didn't dare to say a word. Qi Ning examined the woman for a while and frowned. Although her cultivation was not weak, her breath was mottled and messy. She was not a decent person. Qi Ning turned around and shouted. Sister Qi Ning. Walked forward nervously and answered. Go check what large sects there are in this region. These two people aren't weak, and they can't be from small sects, said Qi Ning. All right. Hastily nodded and immediately left. Qi Ning stood in the ruined temple and released her divine sense, searching every inch of the area. There was a strangely shaped hall located at an unknown location. Within the hall, a strange yin qi filled the air. Women in revealing clothes were laughing and having fun. That decadent atmosphere made one's blood boil. Suddenly, a strange light rose within the hall, and a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared and landed on the ground. A red-robed woman stopped smiling and walked forward. When she saw the snake-shaped mark on the clothes, she was disappointed. It's Huan Ji's food. How disappointing, said the pink-robed woman unhappily. A green-robed woman walked forward and glanced at the white-haired figure on the ground. She said in confusion, strange, why would Huan Ji send a sickly person back? Who knows? Don't worry about her. Men, take her away and look after her. Don't let her starve to death, said the pink-robed woman impatiently. Yes. Two young men walked in with their heads lowered. They lifted the person on the ground and prepared to leave. Wait. At this moment, a gentle voice was heard, and the girls immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Saintess. As he spoke, an enchanting figure walked out. She wore a light pink dress that accentuated her exquisite and alluring figure. She wore a thin layer of makeup, and her beautiful eyebrows were slightly curved like willow leaves. There was a light vermilion dot on her forehead, and she was charming and moving. Her sparkling and translucent earrings hung down and swayed gently with her footsteps. Her black hair that was scattered around her shoulders was tied up with a blood-red hairpin and inserted diagonally into her flowing cloud-like black hair. Something happened to Huan Ji, said Yin Gue Saintess indifferently. The women were startled. Huan Ji was at the mid-illusory realm. Even if she wasn't a peak expert, as long as she didn't encounter a corporeal realm old monster, she would have no problem keeping herself alive. Yin Gue Saintess looked at the white-haired man and asked, was this person sent back by Huan Ji? Saintess, this person was indeed sent back by Huan Ji. The red-clothed woman respectfully replied. Yin Gue Saintess walked forward and looked at the sleeping white-haired man. A moment later, she casually said, since Huan Ji is dead, you can deal with this person as you see fit. Yin Gue Saintess didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Sisters, if no one wants this man, you can leave him for me to test my medicine. The green-clothed woman looked at the other women and smiled. Oh, since fourth sister is so impatient, I won't fight with you. You can take this man away. The red-clothed woman smiled. Then I'll thank elder sister. Dan Ji gracefully bowed and waved her hand to bring the white-haired man to her side palace. Fourth sister rarely takes the initiative to ask for someone. Is there something special about this person? A yellow-clothed woman walked forward and asked. The red-clothed woman shook her head and said, I've already checked him. He's no different from an ordinary person. Otherwise, the saintess wouldn't have given him to us. I heard that fourth sister has refined several kinds of medicinal pills that can increase one's cultivation. However, their toxicity is too great. Ordinary people will immediately bleed from their 7 orifices and die. I think fourth sister wants this person to test her medicine, said a blue-clothed woman. What a pitiful man. Now that he's in fourth sister's hands, he won't even be able to enjoy himself before his death. The yellow-clothed woman rejoiced in his misfortune. Within the pill room, flames were leaping about under a huge pill furnace. The shocking temperature caused the surrounding space to distort. This was where Yin Gui Saintis refined pills all year round. Who knew how many skeletons were buried here? Not even corpses were left behind. She casually tossed the white-haired man to the side of the pill furnace and walked over to the pill rack. She took out a bottle of pills that had already been refined and returned. Please don't die so quickly. Dan Ji took out a pill and stuffed it into the man's mouth with a smile. When the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved into his stomach. Dan Ji circulated her cultivation to help him absorb the pill's energy. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour passed, but there was still no change to the man's body. The pill that had dissolved into his stomach was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It didn't cause the slightest ripple. Oh. After waiting for a long time, Dan Ji still didn't see what she had imagined happen. She extended her hand to check the man's pulse to find out the reason. Several breaths later, Dan Ji frowned. Even if this person could endure the pill's poison, his true qi should have exploded. Why wasn't there any change? After thinking for a long time, Dan Ji still couldn't figure out the reason. She took out a different pill and stuffed it into the man's mouth. An hour later, the result she had imagined still hadn't occurred. Dan Ji checked the man's veins and her expression became grave. Something was wrong. This person's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much medicinal energy she had given him, none of it leaked out. Fourth sister, is that person dead? Just at this moment, a charming voice rang out outside the pill room. Dan Ji came back to her senses. She wanted to hide the man in front of her, but it was already too late. Mei Ji walked in. She was wearing a red translucent dress. Her beautiful face had an enchanting smile that made people not dare to look directly at her. Big sister. Dan Ji stood up and bowed. We're sisters. There's no need to be so polite. Mei Ji smiled and nodded. She looked at the white-haired man in front of the pill furnace and her smile gradually changed. It seems you've already tested the pill. Next to the white-haired man were two open pill bottles that explained what had happened. Mei Ji maintained her smile and said, I didn't think you'd really find a treasure. Dan Ji's smile faded and she bowed seriously. Please keep this a secret from me. I know it's not easy to find someone to test the pill. This person's constitution is very important to me. Mei Ji chuckled. We're all sisters. You're being too polite. Come, let me see what kind of treasure you've found. While speaking, Mei Ji walked forward and checked the man's veins. A moment later, she was surprised. He wasn't poisoned and she didn't feel any changes in his body. It was really strange. Did little sister really feed him pills? Mei Ji raised her head and asked in surprise. Dan Ji nodded and said softly, a heaven equalizing pill and a supreme transformation pill. Hearing this, Mei Ji was even more surprised. She knew that fourth sister had refined these two pills. One could allow a mortal to directly enter the Xiantian realm, while the other could allow a powerhouse of the third calamity to directly enter the Great Circle realm. However, the side effects of these two pills were equally shocking. After taking them, one would definitely die within an hour. Little sister, why don't you let me enjoy such a treasure as well? Mei Ji rubbed the man's delicate face and smiled. Dan Ji was startled, but then she smiled. Big sister, this person only has a special constitution. He doesn't have any cultivation base. Even if he has some yang qi, it won't enter your eyes. Why fight with me? That's hard to say. I've only just discovered that this person is also very handsome. I'm sure his yang qi is also extraordinary. I'll borrow him for 2 days before returning to you, said Mei Ji. Chapter 794. In the elixir room of the Yin Gui sect, Mei Ji's words froze the atmosphere. The whole room became so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The smile on Danji's face disappeared, and a dangerous light flickered in the depths of her eyes. After a while, she smiled and said, "Since you like him so much, you can take him away. But please be merciful and don't kill him." "You must be joking. How can I hurt your precious baby?" Meiji smiled and said. "Then I'll have to thank you, big sister." Danji bowed. "You're welcome. I won't disturb you anymore." Meiji chuckled. Then she waved her hand and took the plainclothed man on the ground, and walked out of the elixir room. Danji looked at the back of the former, and clenched her fists. She was too careless. In the Zhuyan Palace, on a luxurious and wide bed, a transparent curtain was hanging. Below it, a plainclothed man with white hair was lying quietly with a peaceful look, as if he was asleep. The knowing destiny state cultivator who had been tired all his life could only stop running and take a short rest when he was in a coma. Meiji stepped forward and raised her hand to touch the man's face. She smiled and said, "Look carefully. You're really cute. No wonder my sister values you so much." She leaned over and gently leaned on the man's chest, listening to his heartbeat. His hot body emitted a red mist, which filled the whole curtain. The red mist entered the knowing destiny state cultivator's body, but it disappeared in an instant. The inexplicable scene was shocking. Meiji's eyes became more and more strange. She released all her power, and the red mist rushed into the man's body like a tide. The next moment, the same scene happened again. The red mist was like a stone sinking into the sea or mud flowing into the river. The knowing destiny state cultivator's body turned into a bottomless black abyss, constantly swallowing all the power that entered his body. Strange. Meiji stood up and walked to the table beside her. She took a jade bowl and filled it with water. Then she walked back to the curtain and pricked the finger of the young man on the bed with a needle, dripping a drop of blood. When the blood fell into the water, it was no different from that of ordinary people. Meiji pricked her own hand, dripped a drop of blood, and observed carefully. But at this moment, the red water quickly swallowed the drop of blood. Even the vitality and genuine qi did not overflow. Meiji was more confused. How could there be such a constitution in the world? Who was this person? "Lady Meiji, the saintess has ordered you to go over." Right at this moment, a maid outside the Zhuyan Palace spoke respectfully. Hearing this, Meiji frowned and said, "I know. You can leave first." "Yes." The maid accepted the order, turned around, and left. Before the curtain, Meiji thought for a moment, and then she waved her hand to set up a restriction. After that, she strode out of the hall. In the In-Gui sacred palace, a woman in a light pink dress stood quietly. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her face was beautiful and enchanting. She was the strongest person in the In-Gui sect other than the sect master. The combination of charm and authority made people not dare to look at her directly. "Greetings, Saintess." Meiji walked over and bowed. "We need people to investigate Huanji's death." "You'll be in charge of this," said In-Gui Saintess. "Yes." Meiji accepted the order. Also, In-Gui Saintess narrowed her eyes, and said, "The marriage between my In-Gui sect and Heaven Mending Pavilion, who do you think is suitable?" Meiji was shocked. She lowered her head and said, "This subordinate doesn't know." "It doesn't matter. Just say it," said In-Gui Saintess indifferently. Meiji hesitated for a moment, and said, "The people my sect sends to Heaven Mending Pavilion must be virgins. Right now, only 4th sister and 7th sister meet the requirements. 7th sister has an unruly personality and is not suitable for marriage. However, 4th sister is the only person in my sect who is good at alchemy. The gains do not make up for the losses." In-Gui Saintess nodded and said, "Let Danji prepare. 1 month later, Heaven Mending Pavilion will come to pick them up." "Yes." Meiji's body shook again. She respectfully accepted the order, and left with a complicated expression. In the pill room, Meiji paced back and forth for a long time. In the end, she softly sighed and walked in. In front of the pill furnace, the green-clothed woman sat quietly. Seeing the figure walking in, her eyes flashed with confusion, and she said, "Why did Big Sister come back?" "I've come to talk to you about something," said Meiji as she walked forward. "Something happened to that person?" Danji frowned and said. "No, that man is fine." Meiji sat down next to the former and said, "It's another matter. Big Sister, why are you hemming and hawing today?" "This isn't like Big Sister," Danji said doubtfully. Meiji was silent. Soon after, she softly sighed and said, "Saintess just called me over. She wanted me to tell you that she has already decided to send you to the marriage alliance between Heaven Mending Pavilion and our In-Gue sect." Hearing this, Danji's body trembled. After a moment, she calmed down and said with a smile, "I know. Thank you Big Sister for coming to tell me." Meiji sighed again and said, "Little sister, prepare yourself. 1 month later, Heaven Mending Pavilion will come to pick you up." Danji forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Big Sister, Little Sister will leave in a month. Before that, can you let that person test Little Sister's medicine? After a month, that person will be Big Sister's." Meiji nodded. This time, she did not argue. "Thank you, Big Sister." Danji stood up and bowed, softly thanking her. Meiji shook her head and did not say anything else. She stood up and left. Following Meiji's departure, the pill room became quiet. Danji stared blankly at the furnace in front of her. Tears unconsciously flowed from her eyes. Why was it that women's fates could never be controlled by themselves? Within In-Gue's sacred hall, In-Gue's saintess walked to the back of the hall and knelt down, saying, "Master, has the matter of the marriage been arranged?" A woman's voice rang out from the darkness. "Yes." In-Gue's saintess nodded, saying, "Danji is the most suitable person. It's just a pity. It's fine. You can find someone skilled in alchemy, but the matter of the marriage with Heaven Mending Pavilion cannot be delayed. This concerns the future of my In-Gue sect. You have to pay close attention to this matter. You can't make any mistakes. Disciple understands." "Master, there's one more thing you need to know," said In-Gue's saintess seriously. "Speak," said the woman. "Huanji is dead. Her life tablet has been shattered," said In-Gue's saintess. "Oh." A trace of surprise appeared in the woman's voice. "Do you know who did it?" "I still don't know." In-Gue's saintess replied, "Before Huanji died, she sent back a man. Disciple has personally investigated and found nothing strange. As for Huanji's matter, Disciple has arranged for Meiji to investigate. There should be results soon." "Yes." The woman replied, "Huanji's strength is not weak. Tell Meiji not to be careless. Right now is a crucial time for the marriage between my sect and Heaven Mending Pavilion. Nothing must go wrong." "Yes." In-Gue's saintess respectfully replied. "You can leave. Disciple will take her leave." In-Gue's saintess bowed once more and stood up to leave. Outside In-Gue's sect, the sky gradually darkened. The bright moon rose, illuminating the earth. In front of the alchemy room, a beautiful woman in green clothes stood quietly. She looked at the bright moon in the sky with a rare calm and peaceful expression. Not far away, Meiji walked over. Looking at her, she softly said, "Little sister, are you still not going to rest?" "I can't sleep." Danji came back to her senses and smiled. "Still thinking about the marriage?" asked Meiji. "No." Danji shook her head, saying, "Little sister is just thinking, what are we fighting for in this life? If we don't fight, what can we do?" Meiji's eyes flashed with emotion, saying, "If we fight, we can still feel the value of our lives. If we don't fight, we really have nothing. Fourth sister, Heaven Mending Pavilion is not like Yin Gui sect. Although we don't usually get along, no one really wants to harm each other's lives. However, once you go to Heaven Mending Pavilion, fourth sister really needs to be careful. That kind of colossus has too many secrets. If you're not careful, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Big sister, don't worry. Little sister will be careful. Dan Ji softly replied. Mei Ji looked at the alchemy room behind her, saying, that man is too strange. Little sister, you also need to be careful. If there are signs of him waking up, you must control him in advance. Yes. Dan Ji once again replied. Fourth sister. Mei Ji looked at the woman beside her and lightly sighed, saying, don't think too much. In this world, us women's fates are very difficult to control. The more we struggle, the more we will be hurt. Do you understand what big sister means? Big sister, don't worry. I won't do anything stupid. Dan Ji softly replied. It's good that you can get over it. Mei Ji nodded. After saying what needed to be said, the atmosphere between the two of them became quiet once more. Mei Ji also didn't say anything else. After a moment, she quietly left, allowing Dan Ji to calm down by herself. The night gradually passed. Dan Ji stood outside the alchemy room for the entire night, not moving at all. No one knew what she was thinking. Just as the sun was about to rise in the eastern horizon, Dan Ji returned to her senses and turned to walk into the alchemy room. With a ripping sound, a white cloth wrapped around the man in front of the pill furnace. Dan Ji put away the 70% pills on the pill shelf, then carried the man on her back and walked out of the alchemy room. Night approached, but dawn had yet to arrive. In the darkest quarter of an hour, a green streak of light streaked through Yin Gui sect. It didn't alarm anyone as it rapidly flew outside. Like a moth flying into a flame, the green streak of light was unwilling to lower its head to fate. It flew with all its might towards the free world outside. Idiot! Yin Gui Saintess walked out of Yin Gui Sacred Hall. Looking at the fleeing figure, a cold light flashed through her eyes. She raised her right hand and the sky above Yin Gui sect rapidly froze. In the distance, Dan Ji sensed danger behind her. Looking back, her expression changed. The rapidly spreading ice crystals sealed the world. In the blink of an eye, they were behind her. Dan Ji wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The ice crystals spread, freezing her fluttering dress bit by bit. At this moment, a shocking change occurred. When the ice crystals spread to Dan Ji's knowing destiny body wrapped in white cloth, the ice crystals immediately dissipated and its power was completely devoured. In an instant, Dan Ji took a step in the air and broke free from the shackles. She quickly flew forward. In front of the sacred hall, Yin Gui Saintess narrowed her eyes slightly. The person on Dan Ji's back was the man from before. Mei Ji, Qin Ji, Jianji, go and bring Dan Ji back, Yin Gui Saintess said. Yes. In the three halls, the three Yin Gui Saintesses received the order. They took a step and flew into the distance. Chapter 795. The darkness of dawn shrouded the world as a green light flashed by. Dan Ji, who had escaped from Yin Gui sect, kept moving east to avoid the pursuit of the other Yin Gui heavenly concubines. Yin Gui sect's 9 heavenly concubines each had their own strengths. Although Dan Ji was ranked 4th, she was good at alchemy and not martial arts. Her strength was relatively low among the 9 heavenly concubines. Behind her, Mei Ji, Qin Ji, and Jianji, the 3 strongest heavenly concubines of Yin Gui sect, moved out at the same time. Their speed became faster and faster as they quickly approached the fleeing Yin Gui traders. In the east, dawn gradually arrived and the darkness was dispelled. Dan Ji's eyes became brighter and brighter as she looked forward. her figure didn't stop for a moment. 10 miles away, in the desolate primitive land, ancient trees coiled up into the clouds. In the blink of an eye, Dan Ji's figure flashed and quickly disappeared. Big sister. Qin Ji and Jianji saw this and called out. Yes. Mei Ji sighed and nodded. She stepped forward and stood in the air. Soon after, red mist filled her body and flames rose as she descended from the sky. In an instant, the entire primitive land was covered in flames. The scarlet flames burned everything. It was a terrifying scene. Qin Ji and Jianji looked down and didn't dare to be careless. Although fourth sister's cultivation wasn't as good as theirs, she had many tricks up her sleeves. Otherwise, the saintess wouldn't have sent the three of them. Below, in the raging sea of fire, green mist rose and spread out along with the waves of fire that soared into the sky. Dodge! Mei Ji's expression changed slightly as she reminded them. When Qin Ji and Jianji heard this, they immediately retreated to avoid the green mist that filled the sky. At this moment, a streak of light flashed through the mist and quickly went away. Fourth sister, you can't escape. Qin Ji's eyes narrowed. She waved her left hand and a zither appeared. The zither's strings vibrated and a profound sound surged out like waves. 3,000 meters away, Dan Ji staggered. Affected by the profound sound, her blood and qi violently surged. Jianji's figure flashed and a sword light came at her with a speed as fast as purple lightning. With a slash, the sword light cut through her clothes and brought out a waterfall of blood. Dan Ji flipped her palm and counterattacked. Her body shook violently and she retreated a dozen steps before using the momentum to rush forward again. Chase! Qin Ji put away her zither and continued to chase. Mei Ji and Jian Ji didn't hesitate as they quickly followed. In the east, the sun rose, and the first rays of the morning sun shone down on the earth. It was so warm. Under the first rays of the morning sun, there was a ruthless pursuit. In front of him, a beautiful figure was continuously fleeing. Her left shoulder was dyed red, and drops of blood dripped down. It was extremely dazzling. 5 kilometers, 100 kilometers. Danji didn't know how long she had fled or how far she had fled, but she didn't dare to stop for even a moment. She stuffed one pill after another into her mouth, forcibly improving her body. Behind him, the 3 Yin Gui heavenly concubines were chasing after him. 1,000 miles away, in front of the towering heavens pass, the path forward was blocked. Danji turned around and hurriedly changed directions, but it was already too late. Fourth sister, I've already warned you not to do anything stupid. Why didn't you listen? Mei Ji stood in front of her. She looked at the woman in green and sighed softly. You're also a woman. You should know why I'm leaving. If you still care about our sisterhood, please let me live, said Danji gravely. Hearing this, Mei Ji fell silent. After a moment, she shook her head and said, I'm sorry. If I can't bring you back, not only me, but even fifth sister and seventh sister will be implicated. You know the punishment for failure of the mission in the sect. We can't bear it. Big sister, don't waste words with her. She's already a traitor of Yin Gui sect. Quickly capture her and report back, said Jian Ji coldly. Ding. On the other side, Qin Ji played her zither, and a profound sound reverberated. With a thump, the profound sound arrived. Danji retreated several steps, blood silently dripping from the corner of her mouth. There was no turning back. Danji took out a purple-black pill from her bosom and stuffed it into her mouth. Her eyes instantly turned black, and 2 drops of black blood silently flowed out. Not good. Mei Ji's expression changed, and she hastily said, hurry and stop her. Just as she finished speaking, a shocking scene occurred. Around Danji's body, black qi kept roaring and swallowing the heavens and earth. Within 100 miles, all the flowers and trees withered, and all life was extinguished. Jianji and Qinji retreated several steps from the impact. Their faces were filled with shock. Not daring to delay any longer, Jianji's figure flashed, and the long sword in her hand turned into a thunderbolt. The sword's momentum was shocking, and it broke through the void. Danji looked over, and her bloodshot eyes were cold. She raised her hand and directly grabbed the sword's edge. Then, with a thump, her palm imprinted on the former's chest. A pool of blood splashed out, and Jianji's body flew back. She staggered several steps and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. Qinji's expression changed. Her right hand pulled the zither's 7 strings, and a torrent of undercurrents surged. The shocking power destroyed the ground, and the dust was like an ocean. As the profound sound approached, Danji did not dodge. She took the heavy blow and stepped forward. Her left hand that was covered in blood grabbed the zither, and her right hand clenched into a palm. Qinji raised her hand to block the palm, but she felt an unshakable power. Her body flew back and smashed into the ground. In a short breath's time, the 2 heavenly concubines were heavily injured, and their bodies were covered in blood. "Fourth sister, why do you have to do this?" As she sighed helplessly, Meiji had unknowingly arrived behind her. Her palm imprinted on the former's shoulder. "Ugh!" With a groan, Danji staggered, and black blood flowed out from her mouth. Without saying a word, she dashed out and countered with a palm strike. Meiji grabbed the former's arm, and her other hand clenched onto the former's chest. With a thump, blood splattered everywhere. At such a close distance, Danji's eyes glowed with black brilliance. The black blood in the wound on her chest turned into strange threads, and wrapped around the woman's body. "Even if I die, I don't want to die in Ingui sect." Danji raised her hand to seal her veins, and said weakly. At the same time, the palm energy and sword gleam came from behind and pierced into her shoulders. Danji turned around and looked at the 2 of them. Her black eyes revealed a smile, and she endured the pain. She clenched her fists and sent the 2 of them flying. "Eldest sister, 5th sister, 7th sister, goodbye." As soon as she finished speaking, Danji took a step forward and headed east. Qinji and Jianji wanted to chase after her, but their injuries were too heavy. They vomited a mouthful of red blood, and their bodies became unstable. Looking in the direction Danji had left in, Meiji's red mist surged, shaking off the black threads that wrapped around her body. Her eyes flashed with sadness. "Fourth sister, I hope you can live happily in the remaining time." "Eldest sister, do we still chase?" Qinji and Jianji stepped forward and asked. "There's no time. Let's go back and report. Fourth sister has already eaten the yellow spring pill. She won't survive." Meiji sighed. "Okay." Qinji and Jianji nodded. 300 miles away, a large river flowed east. Suddenly, a woman covered in blood fell from the sky. Her blood spread and dyed the surrounding water black. Chapter 796. The sun rose and set. It was a cold night. Danji, who had been unconscious for the whole night, moved her fingers and slowly opened her eyes. His eyes, which were as black as ink, returned to normal. However, they had already lost their former brilliance and had become abnormally dim. Danji struggled to prop herself up and looked at the plain-clothed figure who had fallen to the side. She hesitated for a moment before carrying him on her back and walking towards the dense forest ahead. The quiet and cold forest became frightening at night. The roars of beasts rang out in the depths of the forest, startling countless birds. Danji walked with difficulty. The after-effects of the underworld pill gradually appeared. Her body and vitality quickly scattered, and even her 5 senses became blurry. Perhaps it was out of sympathy, or perhaps it was for other reasons, but Danji never left the man on her back. She knew that this person was useless to her because she would never have another chance to refine pills in this life. After walking for more than an hour in the forest, Danji no longer had the strength to move forward. She stopped in front of a large tree and put down the man on her back. I didn't expect that you would be the one to accompany me on the final journey. Danji looked at the young man in front of her who had yet to wake up. Her beautiful face revealed a sigh. The cold night gradually turned cold. Danji lit a bonfire under the tree and silently stared blankly. She knew that there was almost no chance for her to escape safely, but she didn't regret it. She knew very well what kind of existence Butian Pavilion was. If she went in, she would be no different from a commodity. The quiet woman in front of the bonfire had unusually clean eyes. No one could tell that she was the Yin Gui sect's heavenly maiden who was famous for seducing men. Only 2 of the 9 heavenly maidens were still virgins. The other 7 heavenly maidens cultivated the Yin Gui sect's secret method of gathering yang to replenish yin. Who knew how many men had died under their skirts? Danji didn't cultivate this method not because she was kind, but because she didn't like it. On the contrary, Yin Gui Danji was the one who killed the most people among the 9 heavenly maidens. Because every time she tested pills, countless people would die. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, no one thought there was a problem. Danji looked at the unconscious man beside her, a complicated look flashing through her eyes. She didn't know who this person was, nor did she know where he came from. It was ironic that such a complete stranger would accompany her in her final moments. After a long period of silence, Danji raised her hand and touched the former's meridians. The remaining true qi flowed through his body, carefully examining his physical condition. She had killed too many people in her life. She hoped that she could save this person before she died. After an unknown period of time, Danji carefully examined every inch of the former's meridians and frowned deeply. There were no injuries on his body, and his condition was no different from that of an ordinary person. Why couldn't he wake up? True qi filled Danji's Dantian qi si. Danji continuously urged her body to continue her exploration. Half an hour later, Danji let go of her hand in exhaustion. She still didn't find anything. You're really unlucky. I can't save you. Danji sighed. The bonfire flickered continuously. In the pitch-black forest, the stars in the sky could not be seen. Only bits of moonlight shone through the gaps between the leaves. It was so cold. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the underworld pill's backlash erupted. Danji coughed violently, and ink-black blood seeped out from between her fingers, dripping to the ground drop by drop. Danji took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, she closed her eyes and focused on suppressing the surging blood energy in her body. After a long time, Danji opened her eyes and looked at the pills in front of her. Her gaze once more shifted to the plain-clothed youth. Without any hesitation, Danji took out bottle after bottle of pills and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. Since his constitution could devour all energy, she would give him all of these pills that could heal injuries or replenish true qi. In any case, there was no other way. Not long after, there was a pile of jade bottles on the ground. The elixirs in them were all eaten by Undying Monk. Danji looked at Undying Monk's bulging mouth. She didn't know why, but she suddenly smiled. If he woke up and found out that she had fed him so many random pills, she wondered what kind of expression he would have. She turned her palm and condensed her true qi. Droplets of dew condensed into water that flowed into his mouth. Danji carefully used her true qi to dissolve the pill's power. Then, she waited expectantly for the results. About an hour later, the medicinal energy was completely absorbed. Danji checked the former's meridians again and couldn't help but sigh. She really had no other way. This person's body was simply a bottomless pit. So many medicinal pills had disappeared without even the slightest reaction. After tossing and turning for several hours, an irresistible sense of exhaustion hit Danji. She closed her eyes weakly and leaned against a tree to sleep. Crackling sounds came from the burning bonfire. As the night deepened, the fire became smaller and smaller. Beside the bonfire, the plainclothed figure slept quietly. There was still no change. For more than 10 years, there was no sign of waking up. The night gradually passed. The eastern horizon turned white. The cold night passed and the sun rose, illuminating the dense forest. Danji woke up. When she found herself leaning on the shoulder of the man beside her, she couldn't help but blush and move away. She got up and extinguished the bonfire. Danji carefully tied the man with the white silk again and carried him on her back. Then, she continued to walk forward. Ngue's sect had her life tablet, so it wasn't too difficult to find her. She had to continue on her way. The further she went, the better. 1,000 miles away, Danji walked in front of a large city. She didn't stop and directly walked into the city. In the mortal world's imperial court, a bustling city. The streets were bustling with activity. Danji walked in front of the largest pharmacy in the city. She looked at the old man behind the counter and said, "Shopkeeper, take out your best medicinal herbs." The old man was startled. This was the first time he had seen someone buy herbs like this. "Don't just stand there. Go get them," urged Danji impatiently. "Oh, okay." The old man came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded. He walked to the back hall. Not long after, the old man returned with several jade boxes. After opening them, he kindly reminded her, "Miss, these herbs are all very valuable." Danji looked at the herbs and didn't say much. She asked, "How much?" "A total of 7,000 taels," replied the old man. Danji nodded and handed over several banknotes. Then, she put away the herbs and turned to leave. The old man looked at the banknotes in his hand in amazement. Someone who bought herbs like this was really strange. In the next few hours, Danji visited all the pharmacies in the city. She spent half her life's savings, buying 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, and other random things. In the guest room of an inn in the city, Danji put down the man on her back. She waved her hand and threw the mountains of heavenly treasures to the side. Then, she began to feed them to the young man in front of her. She might as well give medicine to a dead horse. The money and immortal jade she had saved up over the years were useless anyway. She might as well exchange them for various heavenly treasures and feed them to him. It just so happened that his body could devour all medicinal power. She didn't have to worry about him dying. Chapter 797. Ngue's Sacred Hall. Meiji, Jianji, and Qinji knelt in the hall with their heads lowered. Their bodies were tense, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Failed? Ngue's Saintess looked at the three and asked indifferently. "Saintess, please forgive us." Fourth sister took the Yellow Springs pill, and her cultivation greatly increased. "The three of us couldn't stop her, so we had no choice but to come back and report to Saintess," Meiji said truthfully. "Yellow Springs pill." Ngue's Saintess's eyes narrowed, and she slowly said, "Very good. Meiji, you three bring old 6, old 8, and old 9. Take Danji's life medallion and bring her back before she dies. Didn't she rather die than come back? I'm not going to go against her wishes." "Yes." The three heavenly concubines bowed and walked out of the hall. "Wait." Suddenly, Ngue's Saintess said coldly, "Bring back the man that Danji took away." "Yes." The three of them respectfully replied and walked out of the hall. Not long after the three of them left, the void in the hall began to churn, and from the ripples, an illusory figure appeared. His young face carried an unruly coldness as he said, "Nguezhen, where is the heavenly maiden that your Ngue's sect promised to send to my heaven-mending pavilion? Shouldn't you let me see her?" Yin Gui Saintess smiled and said, I'm truly sorry. That heavenly maiden betrayed Yin Gui's sect not long ago. I've already sent people to kill her. Brother Qi, don't worry. I'll quickly arrange for a new heavenly maiden. I definitely won't disappoint Brother Qi. Escaped. In the void, the young illusory figure revealed a cold expression and said, Is marrying into my heaven-mending pavilion an insult to her? I'd like to see what's so special about this heavenly maiden. Where is she now? Meiji, Jianji, and the others have already gone to take her life medallion. We'll know her whereabouts soon. Brother Qi, you only need to wait a few days. Meiji and the others will quickly bring her back, Yin Gui's Saintess said calmly. No need. Tell them to bring her life medallion to me. I'll personally go, Qi Feiyin said coldly. When Yin Gui's Saintess heard this, a serious look flashed across the depths of her eyes, but she didn't show it. Instead, she smiled and said, We're really grateful that Brother Qi is willing to lower himself to do it personally. I'll be waiting for Brother Qi's arrival at Yin Gui's sect. Before this sovereign arrives, arrange for a new holy daughter. When this sovereign leaves, I will take her with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Feiyin's figure gradually faded away. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Yin Gui's Saintess bowed and answered softly. After Qi Feiyin left, Yin Gui's Saintess raised her head. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she said, Men, call Meiji over. Yes. Outside the hall, the maid accepted the order and quickly left. Boom. Right at this moment, a green brilliance descended from the sky outside Yin Gui's sect. With a loud bang, it shattered the sect-protecting grand formation. Amidst the brilliance, two silhouettes walked out and charged towards Yin Gui's sect. In the sacred palace, Yin Gui's Saintess's eyes narrowed. She walked out of the sacred palace and looked outside the sect. Coldness flashed across her face. Who had the guts to cause trouble in Yin Gui's sect? In front of the sect, all kinds of lights flashed as the ghastly puppet cult's 7 heavenly concubines came out. Looking at the two people in front of them, they were on guard. It seems we didn't find the wrong place. Seeing the 7 people, killing intent flashed in Qin Ning's eyes. The auras of these 7 people were almost exactly the same as that woman's. Yin Gui's sect was truly a loathsome sect. Hand over my master, you bad women. Yin put her hands on her hips and angrily glared at the 7 of them. Oh, which family's little girl is this? She's really pretty. Why don't you join our Yin Gui sect? I guarantee you'll be able to enjoy endless happiness every day. Meiji covered her mouth and laughed. Bah, I came here to destroy your filthy sect so you won't have a place to harm others. Yin angrily said. Truly a little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As they spoke, a light pink figure walked over from the distance. Her black hair fluttered in the wind and a powerful aura circulated, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to shake. Saintess. The 7 heavenly concubines all bowed respectfully. Peak corporeal realm. Seeing the woman walk over, Qin Ning's expression froze. The true leader had finally appeared. Capture them. Yin Gui's Saintess said indifferently. Yes. The 7 heavenly concubines accepted the order and rushed out, surrounding the 2 of them. Yin, retreat behind me. Qin Ning softly said. Oh. Yin, obediently ran behind Qin Ning. Qin Ning's right hand clenched, and a divine spear filled with lotus aura appeared. A powerful Buddhist aura circulated around it as if it had a life of its own. No one dared to underestimate it. The 7 Yin Gui Saintesses all moved, and their true chi surged as they attacked the 2 of them. 3 realms of crossing the world, Bodhisakya, 10,000 devil repentance. The divine spear swept out, and Qin Ning's Buddhist aura flourished. Clear Saint Force sword, and her corporeal realm cultivation combined with Buddhists' devil-slaying art surged out. The 7 heavenly concubines felt an irresistible saint force attack them, and their bodies were immediately suppressed and sent flying. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the 7 of them staggered and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Buddhist people. Yin Guo Saintess narrowed her eyes, and her figure flickered as she personally attacked. Qing Ning turned her palm to block the attack, and lotus aura coiled around her body. With a bang, she forcefully resisted the attack. My Yin Guo sect has never had anything to do with Buddhism. Are your actions today a declaration of war? Yin Guo Saintess coldly asked the person in front of her. I'm here to bring back the white-haired youth you captured. It has nothing to do with anyone else, Qing Ning replied coldly as she waved her spear to shake off the battle. So you're the one who killed Huan Ji. Just in time to save me the trouble of sending people to find you. Yin Guo Saintess said, and her slender hand turned into a deadly claw that grabbed the woman in front of her. The divine spear swept out, and Qing Ning did not retreat even half a step. Qing Ning held her spear and fought against a peak corporeal realm expert. After exchanging a few moves, the heavens fell and the earth fell. 100 years later, the younger generation was no longer inferior to the older generation, and their cultivations were shocking. The peak corporeal realm expert was one step away from the true realm, and she could see the truth of heaven and earth. Yin Guo Saintess's moves were boundless, shaking the heavens and the earth. On the other hand, Qing Ning had a divine spear forged from pure sky lotus breath in her hand. Her body was like a dragon that could break through cities. Lotus flower sacred art, merciful ark of salvation. They were in a stalemate. Qing Ning raised her body to its fullest and performed the supreme technique of Buddhism. Suddenly, lotus flowers shone in all directions and the light of Buddha shone on the world. Above the void, green lotuses grew on their own. As the flowers bloomed and fell, the holy power of Buddhism dispelled all evil, slaying evil and saving the world. Seeing this, Yin Guo Saintess's eyes narrowed. She used her Yin Guo secret technique, and a dim light shone brightly to block the Buddhist power. In an extreme collision, Buddhist holy power and Yin Qi devoured each other. With a loud tremor, the battle was split apart, and it was still difficult to determine who had the upper hand. Yin Guo Saintess suppressed her killing intent and said, "Miss, your strength is not ordinary. May I ask which sect you come from?" "West Jade Mountain," Qing Ning said calmly. Yin Guo Saintess frowned slightly. West Jade Mountain was a sect she had never heard of. Logically speaking, such an expert shouldn't be unknown. The person you are looking for is not in my Yin Guo sect. Not long ago, he was taken away by a traitor. Please return, Yin Guo Saintess said indifferently. You're lying. Yin shouted from behind. Do I need to lie to you? Yin Guo Saintess sneered and said, believe it or not, but I'm warning you. Yin Guo sect is not a place you can barge into. If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yin was about to speak, but was stopped by Qing Ning. She glanced at Yin Guo sect in front of her, and a trace of seriousness flashed through her eyes. Yin, let's go. Qing Ning said softly and turned to leave. Yin was startled. She didn't understand, but she recovered and hurriedly followed. Seeing the two leave, Yin Guo Saintess's gaze shifted to the 7 heavenly concubines and said, go get Dan Ji's life tablet. Heaven-mending pavilion's people will arrive soon. When Mei Ji and the others heard this, they were all shocked. So fast. Outside Yin Guo sect, Qing Ning walked forward with Yin following behind. After walking for a while, Yin finally couldn't help but ask, Big Sister Qing Ning, why are we leaving? Qing Ning stopped and looked at Yin Guo sect that was gradually fading away. She said softly, that Yin Guo Saintess shouldn't be lying to us. Just now, I didn't feel your master's aura. Moreover, this Yin Guo sect is not simple. There is a very terrifying aura inside. If we force our way in, we will very likely suffer greatly. Softly replied, and a worried expression appeared on her face. Then where are we going to find Master? Wait here. Qing Ning calmly said, the target of those two from Yin Gui's sect was clearly you, and your master was just taken away in passing. Logically speaking, with Yin Gui's saintess's status, she shouldn't have noticed your master. When I asked her just now, she immediately knew who I was talking about. Clearly, she also noticed that there was a problem with your master's constitution. Big sister, you mean Yin Gui's saintess will send people to find master? Yin-er's eyes brightened. Yes. Qing Ning nodded and said, Yin Gui's sect claims to have 9 holy maidens. 7 of them were dispatched just now, and 1 of them died earlier. If I'm not wrong, the traitor Yin Gui's saintess spoke of is that holy maiden who didn't appear, and it's very likely that she took your master away. Big sister, you're really smart. Why didn't I think of that? Yin-er enviously said. Alright, this little scheme of mine can't even compare to your master's. Let's find a place to hide first. When Yin Gui's sect's people come out, we'll follow, said Qing Ning softly. At the same time, in an inn in Zhanghua ancient city, Danji fed all the medicinal pills and heavenly treasures she had bought into knowing Destiny's mouth. Jade bottles and wooden boxes were piled up everywhere, making one speechless. Cough cough. The backlash from the underworld pill was becoming more and more serious. Black blood continuously flowed out of Danji's mouth, gradually eating away at the little remaining true essence and vitality in her body. If you still don't wake up, I really have no other choice. I've already done my best. Danji suppressed the injuries in her body and looked at the man in front of her with tired eyes. She had never heard of such a situation. Without any cultivation, his body could devour all energy. It was truly unheard of. Cough cough. After a few more violent coughs, Danji felt the true essence in her body continuously dissipating. She sighed softly and leaned over. Since it would dissipate sooner or later, she might as well give it to this person as repayment for accompanying her on her final journey. Chapter 798. In the ancient city, under the morning sun, the door of a guest room opened and a beautiful figure walked out. She had a plain face and no makeup, but she looked even more attractive. Danji looked at the guests coming and going on the first floor. After a while, she turned around and walked into the room. It was time to go, otherwise the Yin Gui sect people would catch up. In the room, Danji tied the man on the bed to her back with white silk and walked out. Not long after the two left, several figures appeared out of thin air from the inn's room. Meiji walked forward and picked up a jade bottle. She looked at it and said, "This belongs to Danji. She shouldn't have gone far." "Chase," Qi Feiyin said coldly. As soon as he said that, the void swirled and the figures disappeared. Outside the city, Danji walked quickly to the east. Although she had lost her cultivation, her body that had been cultivated for 100 years was still very fast. She quickly walked away. Behind her, streams of light flashed and disappeared, making it difficult to recognize. Danji sensed something and turned around to look. Her expression shook and she sped up a bit. 100 miles outside the city, in a dense forest, Danji stopped and put down the man on her back. She carefully hid him and looked at him with reluctance, then continued to run forward. Outside the forest, less than 50 miles away, the void swirled and several figures appeared and chased after her. "Fourth sister, you have nowhere to go," Qin Ji said coldly. On the other side, Mei Ji, Jianji, Hun Ji, and other Yin Gui heavenly concubines walked out and blocked her way. Yin Gui Danji. Qi Feiyin walked forward and looked at the woman in front of him. He said coldly, "I thought you were a chaste woman, but it turns out you're just a wanton slut." There was no fear on Danji's face as she looked at the people surrounding her. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile of relief. She raised her right hand and slapped towards her own head. "Stop her." Qi Feiyin's expression changed and he said coldly. Jianji heard him and moved. She unsheathed her cold sword and rushed towards the woman in front. At this moment, the world changed. Boundless sword pressure filled the air and the void froze. 10,000 swords bowed down. Everyone looked back, only to see that in the dense forest in the distance, sword light filled the sky and rushed into the forest. It was like a torrential downpour, moving horizontally and vertically, magnificent and shocking everyone. "This is Sword Qi." Qi Feiyin, Mei Ji, and the others were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the sword light that filled the sky shot over at an extremely fast speed. The shocking power split the heavens and the earth, and the space collapsed completely. Qi Feiyin's face sank. He took a step forward and rose into the air. His body's power was pushed to the limit. Suddenly, a violent wind swept out, turning into a black storm, blocking the sword flow. The sword light and the storm collided endlessly. As the sword light dissipated, the black storm rapidly weakened. Suddenly, a sword light broke through the storm and pierced through his body, bringing with it a large amount of blood. Next, thousands of sword lights pierced through Qi Feiyin's body. The sword lights pierced through, and blood fell like rain, shocking everyone present. Impossible. This unbelievable scene became the last thing Qi Feiyin saw in the human world. An instant later, his figure fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Young Master Qi, Mei Ji, Qin Ji, and Hun Ji stepped forward and looked at the dead body on the ground. They couldn't help but tremble. In just one move, a peak corporeal realm expert had died just like that. Just who was the attacker? "Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. Please let us go this time." Mei Ji bowed in the direction of the forest and said fearfully. "Scram." After a long time, a cold voice rang out from the distance. "Yes." Mei Ji hurriedly responded and gave the three girls a look. Then, she picked up Qi Feiyin and hastily left. After the four left, Dan Ji stood there in a daze. Her expression was one of confusion. She didn't know what had happened. Not long after, two girls walked out. The one in the lead wore a blue dress. Her face was gentle and beautiful, and she gave off a peaceful feeling like a spring breeze. Dan Ji came back to her senses and looked at the two of them. She hastily bowed and said, "Thank you for saving me, senior." "We're not seniors." Yin curled her lips when she heard this. Qing Ning walked forward and looked in the direction of the forest. "The ones who saved you weren't us." Dan Ji was startled. "Then who was the one who spoke just now?" "I was the one who spoke, but I wasn't the one who attacked." Qing Ning explained, then turned and walked towards the forest behind her. "Come with us." "I don't really understand right now." Dan Ji followed in confusion. She still didn't understand what was going on. In the forest, the area covered by trees was now empty. On the ground, a white-haired figure in plain clothes was quietly lying there with his eyes closed. He didn't look any different from before. When the three of them walked over, Yin saw the figure on the ground and immediately ran over with tears in her eyes. "Master! Master!" Danji said with a shocked look on her face. Qing Ning nodded. "He's Yin's master. A few days ago, he was taken away by a heavenly concubine from your Yin sect. We only found some clues after investigating for a long time. Only then did Dan Ji understand." She sighed. "So you were the ones who killed Huan Ji?" "Yes." Qing Ning softly replied. "I heard Yin Saintis say that you betrayed Yin sect and brought him out. We followed those people and found this place. Then who saved me? Dan Ji didn't understand. Him. Qing Ning said. Dan Ji's expression shook. She said in disbelief, that's impossible. He was unconscious the entire time. How could he have attacked? I also don't know why, but the sword move just now is indeed something only he can use. Qing Ning said seriously. Sister Qing Ning, come quickly. There's a bug in Master's stomach. Her shouted in panic. Qing Ning heard this and quickly stepped forward. She reached out and checked Ning Chen's meridians. What did you feed my master? Pointed at the woman in front of her and said angrily. It wasn't me. I didn't feed your master any bugs. Dan Ji quickly shook her head. She didn't do it. Qing Ning retracted her hand and put down the former's arm. This is a gu. It should be Roashi. Sister Roashi. Blinked and said in surprise. Your master mentioned this to me before. However, we didn't care at that time because Roashi would never harm your master. Since Roashi didn't mention it, your master didn't ask. Qing Ning explained. When I checked him yesterday, there wasn't any goo in his body. Dan Ji was puzzled. Then I'll have to ask you. What have you done to him these past few days? Qing Ning said seriously. In the past 10 years, this was the first time Ning Chen showed any other reaction. This was a good thing. Maybe this was the hope for him to wake up. Dan Ji hesitated for a moment. Then, she roughly explained what had happened in the past 2 days, including the herbs she bought for him to eat. Ah! You gave my master so much food to eat. Er's heart jumped when she heard that. I saw that he could absorb any kind of medicinal power, so I bought some heavenly treasures for him to eat. Dan Ji said awkwardly. Qing Ning heard this and frowned. Is there anything else? Is that all? It shouldn't be the problem with these herbs. These days, she had found a lot of spirit herbs for him, but today's situation had never happened. Hearing the former's question, Dan Ji's face turned red. She stammered and didn't say anything for a long time. Qing Ning saw this and grabbed the former's arm. She probed with her true qi and frowned again. Where's your true qi? Qing Ning asked. The 9 heavenly concubines of Yin Gui's sect were at least experts above the virtual realm. This Dan Ji was no exception. I gave it to him. Dan Ji explained with a red face, I took the Yellow Springs pill. My cultivation will quickly disperse. I brought him out. I want to save him. Qing Ning looked at the woman in front of her and said, Can you tell me why you betrayed Yin Gui's sect? Dan Ji's eyes darkened. Yin Gui's sect wanted me to marry Butian Pavilion. I didn't want to, so I ran away. Qing Ning didn't ask any more questions. She understood what happened. Sister Qing Ning, what are you talking about? What happened to Master? Asked with a confused face. Your master is fine. We'll leave first in case more experts from Yin Gui's sect come back. Qing Ning said. Oh. Answered obediently. She helped her master up and prepared to leave. Qing Ning glanced at the woman beside her and said, You're coming with us. Dan Ji was shocked. Then, joy appeared on her face and she nodded vigorously. When night fell, 3 people came to the small courtyard in front of the Jade Moon Pool. Put her master in a wheelchair and pushed him into the room. Dan Ji followed them into the room cautiously. She didn't dare to speak casually. Come here. I'll take a look at your injuries. Qing Ning said. Dan Ji stepped forward and said sadly, I took the Yellow Springs pill. My body won't recover. However, I'm satisfied to be able to break free from Yin Gui's sect's control. Qing Ning stretched out her hand to check Dan Ji's pulse. Her eyes narrowed. It was indeed not good. This Yellow Springs pill was really overbearing. Rest for a while. I'll prepare medicine for you. After a while, Qing Ning withdrew her hand and said. Okay. Dan Ji nodded and said. Qing Ning left the room and went outside to prepare the medicine. Saw this and immediately followed. Sister Qing Ning, what's going on? I still don't understand. Followed and asked. What do you want to know? Why did the goo in your master's body appear out of thin air? Or how did your master save her? Qing Ning asked softly. Both. Said expectantly. Why did the goo in your master's body appear out of thin air? It's because that lady gave her virginity and all her martial arts to your master. If I'm not wrong, the goo in your master's body is the goo of love. Previously, it was severely injured like your master during the heavens tribulation. It hid in his body and only woke up after absorbing so many treasures and that lady's primordial Qing Ning sighed softly and said, as for why your master could save her, it might be because of this goo. That lady was in danger and your master sensed it. That's why he acted unconsciously and saved her. Pervert. Heard this and was furious. Previously, when she was bullied by those bad people, he didn't help her. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.